Hello, everybody. Welcome to Triton Cup 121. I'm joined here by my lovely co-commentator Moku, and we are here for round one. Eggman do the master plan versus Trident. Moku, are you excited to get into our first round of Triton Cup today?
I'm excited, and we're already starting off with red zones on Barnacle and Dime. As a brushman, I gotta say, it's a good map, but it's also the worst map, especially when you get to lockouts. But I just want to
Yeah.
say, it, it's a good team name. Eggman do the master plan. It made me think of that Fortnite certified meme. I
Yeah, it's
almost
gonna
said
be very
Fortnite.
fun to it's gonna be very fun to say their name during the matches. Eggman, do the master plan. Don't know if I'm doing the voice right, but that's kind of how I envision it in my head, at least.
Let me know about both teams. I know that we are familiar with a couple of them, a couple of the teammates on Eggman.
Yeah. Looking through their profiles, we see some really exciting weapons. Moku, you're gonna be really excited. I do see an ink brush on the side of Eggman.
Let's go! Let's go!
Yes.
Brush by is coming in.
So hopefully we'll get to see those ink brush shenanigans happening. Really talented players on both sides from what I can see, however. So hopefully should be really close, especially since it's seed 16 versus seed 17. Should give us some really good games. Crossing my
I could
fingers.
see it being I could see it being very close.
Mhm. But yeah, going back to this map, Barnacle Zones. You already mentioned this. It can be a very lockout heavy map once they get up set up on your snipe, kind of just like looking straight into their spawn. If they have a pencil or oh, the dreaded E-leader, it's gonna be a little difficult. So I know for this map, they're gonna have to really navigate lockouts, but I'm thinking I'm thinking, Moku, that brush could help with the lockout situation if it's Eggman on defensive side, you know?
Brush can do a lot of distracting, of course. Get a couple picks in. Just merging my words together, ladies and gentlemen. 'Cause I have no coffee. Coffee debuff. Go and drink coffee. But in all seriousness, you are completely right. Brush can get a couple picks in, like I said. Good distraction. And they're great for sneaking out of those. I'm trying to find a word.
That kind of core area right next to Snipe.
Yeah, if as long as you have nobody watching over there, Brush can easily get out of that.
Yeah, especially if they go into that pit area, go up the wall, you got a brush coming behind in zone, that can be a little bit of a distraction, maybe give the opportunity to go back into your snipe there. But from what I can see, because we've already talked a fair amount about Eggman do the master plan, looking at Trident, I see kind of a standard comp that we're kind of used to, but you know, I brought it into existence. I do see a Charger player on the side of Trident, which could be really rough there.
Well, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be really fun to see how Brush goes against range. And as a Brush main, no brushes are great against range. It's just sometimes the range has more. What's the word? They have a better vantage point. A vantage point,
Mhm.
I should say.
Yeah,
It's really
that makes
impressive
sense.
how. Yeah.
Kind of what one of the things I was thinking about is even if you have a Charger player, sometimes that mobility can kind of be enough to like take an extra second. But here we go, going into our game one, we see
There's the brush.
a brush. There's indeed a brush on that side. What do you think of these comps that we're seeing here, Moku?
I'm seeing something that's going to result in plenty of close games, but there's only enough time in a match as one goes down. I was gonna say enough time in the set for only 3 games or 2, but here we are as Eggman due to master plan has already taken the zone 75 and counting. What do you think
Yeah,
of this?
looking at this, it seems like so far a bit of a stronghold coming out from Eggman through the master plan. We see coming back into zone though, setting up that booyah, trying to get that opportunity, but that hammer coming from behind, getting that pick. That's
Trade!
going to be enough to be a little bit of a disruption, get the zone back for maybe a few more points, but hopefully, as this Carbon gets those 2 important picks, they should be able to get the zone back here, which they are able to do, Moku.
It picks on those carbon shenanigans as Triton goes to that zone again, sneaking around the right, but getting seen by Splatana. How
Yeah, so far,
long can they
very
guard it?
close. Very close stuff between each team. Lots of trades coming out. Hold is still going on, but see Eggman do the master plan, coming out already fighting for the zone, taking the zone back, hopefully here as there's only one member left who gets punished. And we still have half of the points remaining that Triton has on the side of Eggman.
Eggman due to master plan has already taken up a lot of the map with their ink, of course, as the core comes out. Magic Luigi pulling out that Booyah Bomb, going against the Crab Tank, taking out
Ooh.
DBT, narrowly avoiding a Booyah Bomb of their own, but getting taken out.
Yeah, and we see points going down here now. They have to go for the zone with 15 seconds remaining. They should be able to get it here, which they do. Brush and Sword still remaining on the side of Eggman. That Brush can be a bit of an issue being around, popping that hammer, going back into zone, trying to set up more shenanigans in there, forcing 3 members back actually, but 2 members go down on the side of Eggman, which should give Triton the opportunity to have a little bit of a stronger hold here, Moku, hopefully, as the Carbon comes behind, gets 2, including the pen!
It's a nice double on the side of sorry, Triton. I was trying to come up with the name, but DBT going down to the Brush. I'm sorry, that was a lot that just happened there. But
Yeah,
Eggman did
really
not
exciting stuff.
zone. And
But yeah, here we go. Coming back into zone, Eggman do the master plan, getting that cat back. A lot of shenanigans there, Moku, as we're trying to get that cat back. But here we go. Should be a strong hold again, but this is not what you want to see when you're Trident, especially a wipeout. That lockout situation, Moku, we were talking about, not pleasant here.
definitely not. And this is where it starts to snowball once people get into once the other team gets into the base. As we see Crab Tank come out and with the Trizuka. What do you think
They
of all
got
this?
things
There's
here
so
quick.
much.
Ooh, that
Oh,
was really close.
Urban Shenanigans. Taking out one, getting taken out by Magic. That's true.
Absolutely. We see
There's
this
just
gal
so much
set up.
going on.
Yeah, we see this gal set up trying to prevent anyone else from coming in, getting 2 important picks there, getting the zone back right before penalty points were about to getting out, get another pick there, forcing that Splash to have to jump out. Members are back, but 40 seconds left on the clock, Moku. Not a lot of time, especially when we are almost out of penalty points on the side of Eggman do the master plan. But Crab setup maybe can do something about this.
This is true. Eggman doing a master plan already has zone, and all it takes is a good push on Trident's side to. Oh, but Eggman do the master plan has taken this match.
Yeah, pretty solid showing from Eggman do the master plan. It felt even on both sides, but I feel like ultimately, Moku, a lot of the fights were just run a 1 out by Eggman. Maybe has something to do with that brush we were talking about causing a lot of distractions, but I don't know, Moku, personally, it felt like Trident just couldn't get as far in on offense as Eggman do the master plan, but what do you think?
From what it seems to me, while both teams did excellent this match, Triton seems to have just been caught off guard by rat shenanigans on the side of Eggman. I was gonna say on the side of Tato, who is a brush main. At least during this match, I'm not too sure how often Tato uses brush, but it seems like with the way they were using it, I would be forgiven for thinking that, I'm so sorry, the words have escaped. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between, I am having that hydration debuff. Y'all should know how that is with me. Drink water, don't be like me. Um, what do you think?
Well, I'm thinking this if they struggled with the brush on the last map, this one's gonna be really tough. Humpback zones, we know that that brush has so many areas, so many pits, it can kind of just run around zone causing all that mischief, but do my eyes deceive me? Is that a brush on both sides now, Moku?
I was just gonna say, Humpback Pump Track is the greatest map for brushes, as now both teams have brush. Eggman
Yeah.
taking the zone as Fern takes out, I think it was their Bamboozler, but, not a Bamboozler, I'm so sorry, that was a pen, but we see Apex here doing brush shenanigans, getting taken out.
Oh,
Eggman
yeah.
has a good hold on that zone.
Yeah, they have a pretty strong hold here, coming down to about 50 points. Pretty strong hold so far, and members just keep going down on the side of Trident, just going down to bombs and things on that pen set up in that strong position, getting those picks, but maybe gonna get punished here, but does not look like it as they're still in this spot. But that brush goes down on the side of Eggman do the master plan, and here we go. This should be a zone switch here. Hopefully, yes, it is, which is exactly what Trident needs to get back into this game with 2 members down on the side of Eggman do the master plan.
That brush trade is so on brand for brushes. And as you notice, it wasn't until Tato went down that the zone could switch.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you determine who's your team carry. Once you can determine that, the game's in the bag. As Apex goes down to 52 gal, Tato doing brush shenanigans, being a skirmisher.
Yeah, taking up a
I'm
lot
impressed.
of attention on that right side, trying to prevent anyone from moving in. The pen on the side of Eggman do the master plan did just go down, which gives him the opportunity to come back in. But like you said, Tato coming in from the rat shenanigans coming from behind, getting that important trade, trying to break up any momentum that that Trident, I apologize, might have for this push, because they have not gotten very far compared to the score on Eggman do the master plan side.
This is true. As another Booyah Bomb, I saw that being prepared, getting launched onto the zone. As Tato brings out that Ultra Stamp, narrowly hitting Apex. Apex launching back to base. All Eggman has to do is hold the zone. Eggman do the master plan, just needs to keep up their defense. What do you think?
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. We see Tato in this spot trying to watch out for any picks, learning from previous experiences that this is where they drop. And here we go. Here's the drops coming out. We see the Booyah Bomb coming out. They need to get the zone here. Otherwise, it's going to be another knockout. But here we go. They got the zone back. They're safe. They're still in the game for the moment. That brush getting that pick on Tato could be huge for this potential hold here. They just need to get that gal I believe Fern over there on the side, who has those jumps coming in, they need to get this to be able to have any hold, but I don't know if they'll be able to as Fern keeps holding up the space in here.
You see that Fern is guarding the zone very well, but it still gets lost to Trident as one on the side of Trident goes down. But Trident breaks through that penalty and they're counting it down. All they need to do is hold it. Unfortunately for them, Eggman, due to master plan, takes back the zone with a very well executed Booyah bomb.
Getting that pick on Apex there as they're trying to like do some of those rat shenanigans like we keep talking about, but they get punished, and now we are less than a minute remaining, Moku. This is endgame, the final countdown moment, and they get the zone back, but has the damage been done already with that sword behind? I believe Ouija behind, that brush also Tato coming behind, getting into that zone. This is looking rough for the side of Trident.
It is. With 20 seconds left, all you need to do is either have Eggman do the master plan play defense, or Trident needs to hold for more than 44 ticks. That's not counting penalty.
Yeah, here we go. Going into overtime situation right
Moment
now.
of
They
truth.
get the pick on the brush, which is huge, Moku. We need that for any overtime push, but it was not enough, and the zone gets capped. And that is it for Trident. Eggman takes
GG's both
the win.
teams. I'm very impressed with both teams. You had a lot of
Yeah.
strategy on both sides. I love
Yeah,
how
at least.
Apex switched over to Brush to try to counter Tato's Brush. I'm so sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're okay. I was gonna say the exact same thing as you. That brush pick got me a little bit mixed up over there. I was not expecting the brush 1v1 to come out.
That's usually what happens, is that I bring out Brush myself, and then everybody else brings out Brush. I'm like, okay. But excellent work to both teams. Eggman, due to the master plan, does go on to the next round. And
Yes,
I've got to
and
say,
mhm.
no, you go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, unfortunately, this is not a play all three. That's a best of all three. So this is going to be it for this set. We will have to move on to winners round two. But Moku, let you finish any of your thoughts before we go on to our next match.
As a Brush main, my tip is that if you think of yourself as a rat, just imagine that the other team has cheese. It can be your favorite cheese. Mine is Colby Jack. It can be any cheese you want. It's a good
Think of
visualization technique.
the enemy pen as your favorite cheese.
No,
You
no, just think that they have cheese in their pockets.
you wanna get that pen. You want the cheese in their pockets. But yes, for the moment, that will be it. We are going to go to a short break here. Please stay around as we have a lot more exciting matches to come back to.
Drink water, don't be like me. And welcome back to Triton Cup 121. I'm Moku and I'm joined by the lovely Marie. And I gotta ask y'all in the audience, did you drink water like I said? Go and get some.
I know that us commentators, we really need to drink that water in between breaks. Lots of hype moments, lots of yelling, lots of water needed to get those hype moments out, right, Moku?
I'll say. And our first battle of this set right here, is gonna be Spot Zones on Urchin Underpass. I'm gonna say something controversial. I love Urchin Underpass.
Yeah, and I mean, you love it? We're getting right into the action here. Time for our set here. Donut Acrobatin versus Spooky Spinner. What do you think of these comps that we are seeing out here immediately right off?
I'm seeing a lot of range. I'm seeing a ton of range with the heavy Splatling and the S-Blast, as well as the heavy edit, as well as Decaf. Decaf is very aggressive on this map. And Spooky Spinner starts this match with capping the zone. What do you think?
Yeah, we see over here S-Blast getting that one pick, trying to get another, allowing Donut Acrobatin to get that zone cap. Maybe get another, but unfortunately they do get punished by Philia, who gets back into that zone, sets up that bubble, trying to get a little bit more momentum, as it is just that edit left alive on the side of Donut Acrobatin. As Spooky Spinner takes their spot, they're coolered up, they're ready to get some massive points here, Moku.
Spooky Spinner's already trying to camp out at Donut Acrobatin's base. I'm so sorry, there's so much happening that my words are tripping over each other. But Decaf, Philia clearing that out, but getting taken out by a last-minute crab tank. Cheat is guarding that. Well, I was gonna say guarding zone, but Philia is also clearing out the space right here so that Spooky Spinner can camp out as well.
Yeah,
What do you
forcing
make
that
of
Booyah to
this?
be popped over there. But Moku, look at these points ticking down. We are almost to knockout territory over here, which is good that they got a zone cap.
It was a very nice clutch on the side of Donut Acrobatin, taking the zone, but losing control of it. Can they get it back?
Yeah, Donut Acrobatin, they look like they're really well set up over here. They had to pop that crab to get those members out, and to go down here, maybe commentator's curse right there as Spooky Spinner gets that zone back. And setting up, you see Clara with that heavy Splatling, setting up that sprinkler over zone, keeping that paint up in zone, doing good job letting their teammates come back in as Cheaped with that Dapple Dualies pushing up, preventing any movement on the side of Donut Acrobat, and as their teammates spawn back in and just keep up this aggression. I love the aggression on the side of Spooky Spinner, Moku.
Indeed, Spooky Spinner is known as a very hyper dive comp team. Crab Tank, however, is doing a very nice job at the defense. However, it'll be Spooky Spinner's battle.
Yeah, really good showing on both sides, but Spooky Spinner, that level of aggression, that constant just jumping in as Claire provided those jumps for their members to come back in, just go in, get a pick, jump back in. It was very well done coordination on their side, and I'm curious to see how Donut Acrobatin will adjust to this kind of fighting style, that hyperdive, as you mentioned, on haggle zones, which could be a little bit better for dealing with that hyperdive.
Cuttlefish Zones is a classic for one reason, and that is it's the most neutral zones map that I could think of aside from just about any other map. Like Urchin Underpass, that little splat zone is going to be like a little mosh pit. You don't want to be directly in there at the height of battle. That's why it's good that they've had so much range. but I'm pretty sure they didn't anticipate, like I said, that Spooky Spinner had a hyper dive comp, and they were ready to camp out with the marshmallows. What do you think?
Yeah, like you said, this is Haggle Zone's the bread and butter for a reason. Everyone goes here, everyone's played this map 10 million times, and they know exactly what to go in here and what to do. And here we go. We see some comp changes immediately off the bat on both sides. One thing I noticed, no more Dapple Doolies, unfortunately. I did enjoy those. But here we go, going straight into zone. What are we seeing here, Moku?
I'm seeing both teams going for a range comp to try to stay out of each other's way, I guess. What I'm trying to say is that as Zeke goes down, it seems like they now know what to expect out of Spooky Spinner. The only melee weapon I'm seeing is Stamper, so who knows?
Yeah, Kenshin on that Bamboozler doing a really good job keeping the pressure up. They do unfortunately go down, but here we go. They come back. That zip on Philia getting that Booyah pick could be huge in getting them this pressure back, but no. They're doing a really good job on the side of Donut Acrobat and just combating this aggression on the side of Spooky Spinner, like you said, but here we go. Spooky Spinner getting that hold, trying to get those points on the clock. Maybe this is the opportunity they needed, Moku, to get back in, but no, two members go down.
Indeed, Crab Tank comes out on the side of Donut Acrobat, but gets taken out. So unlike me, is going over to right, but gets caught. Zone goes neutral, and Spooky Spinner retakes the zone. They just have to hold it.
Yeah,
His
two
keep
members
goes
do
down.
go down on the side of Spooky Spinner. That Booyah Bomb coming out, trying to keep that pressure up, but Zeke getting that pick, but they do go down, and Booyah start up, unfortunately. But it looks like a complete opposite as last game. Spooky Spinner having a hard time getting a good hold. Maybe this is going to be their opportunity, but with that crab out, I'm not 100% sure if they'll be able to get a good hold here, as it looks like the zone is going to be capped, and it is capped by Donut Acrobat in here, though.
Donut Acrobatin taking that zone, keeping it, now keeping the lead. Watching that Zipcaster taking that shot as Spooky Spinner reclaims control of the zone. They're already preparing that lockout. They're preparing that camp out there, Marie. We'll just have to bring the s'mores. They take the lead again.
Yeah, lead shift did happen here. Philia getting those important picks, allowing them to have that Kenshin with that Bamboozler coming in, getting that pick on Philia, possibly giving their teammates a chance to get back into zone, but points are taken down now. We had such a good showing from Donut Acrobatin, but now they're 2 down with 20 points remaining on the side of Spooky Spinner. They have to get in here now to get that zone cap.
It is a lot of back and forth between Donut Acrobatin and Spooky Spinner, as Donut Acrobatin takes back the zone, clutching it, because they would have... So they already have to hold the zone for 56 ticks, breaking out that penalty. But I don't think Spooky Spinner's gonna have that now, do we?
Yeah, but we see, unlike me, set up in this really good spot, pine chip, making sure that no one can go up to that tent area, because that tent area can be so crucial. You see Zeke popping that Booyah Bomb down there, but unlike me, still camping that area, and points are taken down. We are about to have a lead shift if they do not get the zone back, and they aren't able to. We're getting into knockout territory, and points are just ticking down. This is, oh my gosh, this is a match in mid, and Donut Acrobatin takes the game.
We're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. Donut Acrobatin taking the win for the match.
Yeah, I noticed several things that Donut Acrobatin did differently to get that game win, but Moku, what was something that you noticed about how they fought Spooky Spinner differently compared to last game?
It seems like my hypothesis was correct in that they're more prepared for hyper dives. They said, no, you can't camp here. You can't bring your marshmallows. Take your s'mores and go. Pack up your tents. But
That's
now,
exactly what I was thinking, actually. I saw, Kenshin, I believe, on the side of Donut Acrobat and with that Bamboozler doing a really good job keeping anyone back with that chip damage. Definitely, I'm thinking about those damage combos between Bamboozler and Pen. Could be something big there for that chip, making sure no one dives too much.
that's a good observation. I've noticed something like that as well. And I can't help but think, as we're getting into Spot Zones I forgot the map name. Mahi Mahi
My
Resort. I was going to
yes.
say Hagglefish Zones again. We had already just done that. It's the water. Too much water in this game. It's a
Yeah, here we
tiebreaker
go.
match.
Yep,
Now, I've
game
just got to say
3. Mhm.
about this map, you'll want to watch left side. Left side has always has something going on. Are we noticing any comp changes?
I do not see any comp changes. Looks the same as the Haggle Zones comp. You know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And maybe Spooky Spinner has something up their sleeve that we don't know about. As Philia getting one pick in zone, Crab coming out, focusing on them, trying to
It's an
keep
early
them
crab.
back as Donut Acrobat and gets that first cap and starts pushing down points.
I was going to say, that is an early crab. And that was really useful in taking that zone first time. I didn't have any good terms for that, but Donut Acrobat, I think they're taking a page out of Spooky Spinner's notebook. I think they're preparing a hyperdive of their own. How much that'll work, considering that Philia goes down, considering that they both have range on both sides, who knows? We're seeing Clara a very good spot. I love her positioning with the splat flank. What do you think?
Yeah, think they had to get out of there though because as teammates went down, no one was really covering that right area as we could see. Maybe going to cause a little bit of mischief here as Philia able to jump into them, get that pick that helping them, and they're able to get the zone cap as Philia takes out the Zipcaster but does unfortunately get cancelled. And now it's just Clara again on the side of Spooky
With the
Spinner.
wipeout?
It's a wipeout now, and we're back to a strong hold by Donut Acrobat and holding that Booyah Bomb, putting straight into their base.
They're the ones with the s'mores now, taking out Clara. And that's a very nice jump back to base. Crab coming out now, trying to get that Zipcaster. The Zipcaster is like a little rat. But both trade. Next one turn on both sides. As Cheech goes down. Cooler in main. Cooler in zone. Oh. I was gonna say main Chapro moment there. Losing control to the Booyah Bomb on the side of Spooky Spinner as they clutch it just in time.
Yeah, and this is as good a chance as any for Spooky Spinner to get a good hold here as they're setting up all of the members of Donut Acrobat and force back into their spawn. Everyone on the side of Spooky Spinner taking those good positions, keeping up that paint, making sure that no one can't get in for free into that zone. But here we go, here's the chumps coming out, we see that Booyah Bomb coming out, and we see Kenshin dropping on the side with Unlike Me, going straight into that zone, causing that mischief as one member goes down, but they are spawning back in, coming in. This is a little bit of a fight in mid for something, but I'm not sure who's gonna benefit from this at the end of the day, Muku.
Spooky Spinner, I think, is gonna try to go for another hyperdive, but Donut Acrobatin retakes the zone just in time, inflicting a penalty upon Spooky Spinner. Crab coming out again. They said, we're gonna set up a camp here and you're gonna like it. because you did that to us last time in Urchin Underpass. I was gonna say Urchin Underzones for a second there.
But yeah, here we go, coming back in. Like you said, they punish
I'm
Zeke.
going
And
down.
Unlike Me also getting that pick. Philia goes down. Zeke jumping in also goes down. And here we go. That's a knockout on
Donut
the side of
taking the
Donut
set.
Acrobat and taking that game.
Excellent work on for both teams. I've gotta say, my personal theory is that Donut Acrobatin, like I've been saying, took a page out of Spooky Spinner's notebook, but I could see that during the match, Spooky Spinner was reading them like a book and actually had a foothold on them. They had them on the back foot for a moment there. But Donut Acrobatin and Spooky Spinner, it's like they were playing 5D chess and we weren't privy to it.
Yeah. Just some really good teamwork coming out on the side of Donut Acrobat, and I love the adaptability also. We saw them go from a kind of hard game one to a pretty dominant, well, no, a pretty even game two and a pretty dominant game three. Really good work on both sides, but Donut Acrobatin will be the one to move on as we are about to go to break here, Moku.
Drink water.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Triton Cup 121. We are here for winner's bracket round three. We are starting to get into the best of five territory, and I see some really good teams that we're looking at, and some pretty good maps for our best of five set here, Moku. What are you thinking about this?
I'm thinking if any team has a brush, they would benefit greatly from haggle. I was gonna say hagglefish. I saw hagglefish in the thing. From humpback pump track zones, as well as hagglefish.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
Never mind. I lost it. You continue. Sorry.
Well, we saw humpback zones earlier, and we did see that beautiful brush 1v1 like we were talking about. So we could always see another brush come out, but looking at these players, I'm not 100% sure if we will, but you know, you can never knock out the option, you know?
There's always a non-zero chance that you might run into a rat brush.
Absolutely. But yeah, looking at these players, there are some really good players on both sides. I think personally more familiar with the members of Usagi fan club, but I've seen both of these players multiple times before, and I know they always give us a really good show. So, knowing humpback zones, what do you think? Do you think we gotta look out for a lockout situation? Do you think we gotta look out for a really close game? What are your thoughts, Moku?
Lockout games aren't really the biggest concern on humpback phone track in my experience because you have all those
Mhm.
walls and you have a lot of escape points. On the other hand, close games, sure. I'm not saying lockouts aren't possible, but I'm just saying that you don't really see them a whole lot compared to something like hagglefish zones, barnacle and dime zones, mahi mahi zones. They do happen
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, kinda like
As
we were
for close
talking
games,
about.
I would
Mhm.
have to see the comp.
Yes, it can be really comp dependent on if you're gonna have a really close game on this map or a really lockout heavy map. Something I'm kind of looking at is the cheese options for the zone. I feel like this map is kind of infamous for that. I remember that one clip one time, I forget what org or something, but just every 5 seconds, strikes coming out, switching the zone cap, and then the other side capping the zone with the strikes. So, this zone is not impervious to cheese opportunities, so I'm kind of thinking maybe we'll see something like strikes, maybe we'll see a reef slider or something. I'm not
Yeah.
100% sure about any of that, though.
And when you said cheese, my
Mhm.
mind went to that one Riptide game where it was Rainmaker on Humpback Zones, not Humpback
Mhm.
Zones, Rainmaker on Humpback. And they just kept the Rainmaker right in the base at the end. I have that clip somewhere. The audience did not like that. So
Oh, I
yes,
remember it,
we'll have to.
yes. The the iconic Rainmaker moment from Riptide.
How, like, be honest, how? And I don't mean like towards you, but I mean like in general. Be honest, who's tried that since then? I have not, but I'm a brush. I can't do that. Not saying other brushes
Well,
can't. I'm saying my
with the
style of
amount
how I
of
play brush.
mhm. With the amount of Splatoon that's played every single day, you never know. There's probably so many different cheese strategies that have come up with for different maps and things like that that are just waiting to be discovered. Like that one museum Rainmaker stall spot wasn't
Mm-hmm.
known for a little bit, and now that everyone knows it, everyone does it.
Like everybody finds your secret hiding spot. It's like, yeah, you won the game at Riptide with it, but now everybody knows what's going on.
Mhm.
So what else are you hoping or expecting to see during this next match?
Well, I'm kind of okay. This is my
And we're
little
starting.
greedy side. You have your brush. I have my heavy edits. Maybe we'll get to see a heavy edit. Oh, we're actually seeing an
See the
E-liter
ether.
instead. nix that. And then on the other side, we're seeing the reslider I was talking about. These are some really drastically different comps, Moku. What do you think?
So these comps look floor dependent, at least with the one with NZAP on Usagi Fan Club, as British HQ plus Bake takes the zone, frame 1. Roar Shenanigans versus, I thought that was a Dreadringer that I saw. They're guarding very well. Reef Slider Cheese, but it doesn't stick. What do you make of this? It was
Yeah,
a nice pinch.
this is a hard zone to cap sometimes, but leader getting the cap, but unfortunately having to go down for it. We see Usagi Fan Club coming back into zone here, fighting for it, but unfortunately it's just that ends up with their backup coming in, unfortunately also going down. They were coolered, so it's not much of a concern, but penalty points are not that many for the side of British HQ. So we kind of have a lot of fighting that's going to have to happen here, especially with the strikes online, with that bubble online. This is going to be a little bit rough for the side of Usagi Fan Club to get back into the zone, get that cap, especially as their Dreadbringer just went down and they don't have Slider anymore, and penalty points are out, Moku.
So remember when I said that you don't see many lockouts on Hagglefish zones? I'm sorry, not Hagglefish. Yeah, this is Hagglefish now. Humpback Pump Track, I might have lied, because if you have range, you can do that as the roller takes out. What did I see? 3 people on the side of British HQ plus Bake.
Yeah, they get that quad, they go down.
Neutral.
Yeah, they go down there. The leader's keeping that eye out, but it wasn't enough. They weren't able to get the cap there. So now we're in knockout territory, and knockout occurs there. That's a really quick lead up by British HQ, getting that game 1 for us, Moko.
I've got to say, there were multiple times where Usagi Fan Club should have taken. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right teams. There have been so many times where I thought that Usagi Fan Club should have taken that zone. But the Reef Slider Cheese didn't stick, and it seemed like no matter how much they painted, British HQ plus Bake was faster at it, 2 steps ahead every single time. And you said it was a hard zone to cap. I agree. And the fact that it's on an incline, you might even say that it's an uphill battle.
A bit of a knee slapper, that one.
I had to do it. Hey, I couldn't skate on by without doing that. I get it, because it's a skate track. Not a skate track, it's a skate park? Is that the term? I'm not
Yes,
cultured, y'all. Like, I'm not hip with the kids. I don't know what people do in those skate parks. It's like, oh yeah, you got a skateboard. I'm just kidding. I used to go to one as a kid myself. I'm just calling myself old.
Well, I'm looking at this next map for us, though, Moku. Next map, Haggle Zones, our bread and butter, our beloved. We're going to see it a million more times, and we have seen it a million times already. Thinking about those comps, this could be a little bit more even, but I think my worry about this is that E-Leader. We saw some really good shots coming out from that E-Leader, Moku. And with this being a arguably better E-Leader map than Zone's Humpback, I'm a little worried to see about how Usagi Fan Club might deal with that E-Leader.
Well, if E-Leader goes where I think they're going to go, all the other team needs to do, all anybody needs to do is flank. You can do that if you have Brush or NZAP, which both teams did have an NZAP both. I was gonna say both times. I'm not seeing NZAP anymore. Oh, I'm seeing NZAP on the side of British HQ plus Bake. Never mind.
Yeah, some really unique comps coming out. We're seeing that tent umbrella come out on the side of Usagi Fan Club. That could be what they need to kind of stabilize them, give that pressure, let them avoid that E-Leader's all-seeing eyes. But oh my gosh, we are seeing a flank over here by that E-Leader getting one, putting up that pressure as the members of Usagi Fan Club are kind of getting staggered here. Roller takes out one, takes out another, and we just need the zone to flip here. But British HQ taking that zone, getting another pick, getting them a potential lockout position here. They're in a really good spot for this.
And I love Jasmine's positioning with the order roller. I saw that pick up. I saw that pick from earlier. Strikes coming out, allowing Jasmine that chance to get in, but unfortunately going down as a Booyah Bomb comes out on the side of Usagi Fan Club. Spegzal taking out Sandwich. I want a sandwich. Sounds like that. Stamper. Stamper is pretty good at defense like that, especially when you have Booyah Bomb. It's excellent. Going down as they get a pick on Jasmine. The zone is
Yeah,
currently neutral, Green.
yeah, that tent still set up
Ooh,
using
dodging
that
that
Zuka,
Triton
getting that not getting that pick unfortunately, but they do come over here with Spexow coming over, getting that pick for them and getting set up under this tent area, applying that really impressive pressure Moku that only a sword can do, but they do go down to that slosher. But we are in the position of a potential lead swap, which we get, and two members go down on the side of Usagi Fan Club, but that's what they need. But I do worry, Moku. It's just a 1-point lead. Penalty points are taken down. They will need to fight and hope that they get another lead even stronger than this, because this is not what you want to see with 2.5 minutes left on the clock, even when you have lead.
So what I'm seeing here is a lockout being prepared. Unfortunately for them, their campsite getting
Oh my
trashed as
gosh!
Usagi Fan Club. Getting that zone back with a nicely executed Booyah Bomb. But Versh HQ plus Bake not having it. Unfortunately, one of them goes down. Two jumping in. Oh,
Oh,
double. That was a jump camp if I ever seen one. E-Leader, right where I thought that they would be, who are coming out. The zone's in a hard neutral state. Usagi Fan Club taking it down now, keeping the lead until Strikes comes out, switching the zone again. There's a lot of back and forth here, Marie. What do you make of this?
yeah, we're seeing some really good fights on both sides. But here we go. We are almost all out of penalty points here. Like I said earlier, though, they got that stronger lead. They have a little bit more wiggle room. They have a little bit more time. They have that Booyah Bomb set up. They have that Zuka. They have that Bubbler set up also. But they aren't able to get it before lead switch occurs. They've used everything at this point. They have to get the zone capped, because if they use everything and don't get anything to show for it, then they're in a rough position. But they do set in those penalty points. Only that many left alive on the side of the Usagi Fan Club after they have to go back. But with those penalty points put in place, even more than before, they have a bit more wiggle room. But I'm worried that Moku, they keep having just wiggle room to go off of. You need something strong to win a fight, and wiggle room is not what you want. You want strong stuff. This is not strong.
True. In situations like these, what you see is that both teams are just taking points away from each other incrementally, but this time, British HQ plus Bake takes this match. And I was gonna say, in some situations like that, it's even more tedious than trying to get your car out of a parked spot. It's like, why did the other cars park so close to the bumpers? It's like, gotta do like 25 points before I gotta go, or I can get out. It's what it feels like to be in that kind of situation when you're battling someone where it's like, okay, penalty's gone. Now we can get some points, but they take the zone. Now they are working down their penalty. They get a few points. Then we take it back. It's like, I would rather try to get my car out of a tight spot than do this. But it makes for such a compelling match when you have something like that. Like when you're watching from the outside as a spectator or a commentator, it really puts you on the edge of your seat. You know what I mean? But I
Yeah,
saw that
absolutely.
saw that Tenebrella come out though. I want to talk about Tenebrella. Tenebrella is not only great for defense, but it's great for just sweeping an entire area with ink. I saw that frame 1 in Hagglefish zones. And I was like, I know your game. I know exactly what they're doing because they saw that E leader from the last match and went, okay, defense plus ink equals Tenebrella. What do you think about that?
I think that comp was a lot better for them, but we go into match point here. This is the moment that they need. This is the one that they have to win if they win any match right now. It's this one. But seeing this very similar comp coming out here, hopefully it works. The beginning of last game was very good for them, but it just wasn't able to hold, so they need to adjust more than their opponents, British HQ, are able to adjust to them. But Leaf going down here after getting that pick, even numbers on both sides, forcing Jasmine on that roller to have to jump out here. IPS putting some pressure down, but looks like they might get caught in an awkward position here as they get taken down by Tenderbrell Me to Her.
Usagi Fan Club currently in the lead right now, 70-100, as they're going for that lockout. And once the team gets into their backs, it can snowball pretty bad from here. So what first HQ plus Baka, or Bake, means is, I can't believe I said that. I'm so sorry, Bake. Trash your campsite is what I'm trying to say. But what we're seeing right now is a defensive bubble, and it's really snowballing, Marie. Like, what can you, what do you think? What do you make of this?
Yeah, we're about to get into knockout territory. British HQ able to gain that pick over there. Jasmine fighting Leaf on that left side, but they get pushed back by another member of Usagi Fan Club coming in for the rescue. But here we go, coming over, getting Me to Her. Me popping that bubble, but going down in the startup. This is a different Usagi Fan Club from the last few games that we've seen, and they're doing a really good job putting up this hold. But unfortunately, they do go down to Samage on that slosher. He gets a trade, and now this is the time for British HQ to get that hold. And what Usagi Fan Club needs to get is a better retake than we've gotten the last few times.
British HQ finally taking down their, I was gonna say taking down their penalty, but I didn't know if that was a phrase to use. But aside from that, going on the defensive now, trading that lockout strategy, letting Ryu, Tenebrella, is doing its best to mow people down, and it can do that. What we're seeing is some excellent defense on the side of Usagi Fan Club. And I was gonna say, it's a different British HQ as well, because this map forces you to stop and think as the Trizuka comes out. But it goes down to Ryu, working on that zone, managing to take it back, wipeout on the side of Usagi Fan Club.
Yeah, that is what Usagi Fan Club needed to get. They needed to get that wipeout before the lead shift happened. They made it a little bit too close for comfort, but Leaf set up over here, getting 2 in their zone, getting 3, getting that E-leader, setting up even more. They have that whale set up. They are ready to roll, and penalty points are running out. And we're seeing so much pressure on the side of Usagi Fan Club. They saw what British HQ did to them, and they were like, we can do it back. And they get that punish on Jasmine in the zone. They get another, and they're able to get this wipeout before the knockout. That's the game for Usagi Fan Club, Moku.
Excellent work, both teams. Like I wanted to say, this map and mode will force both teams to stop and think. because you have that structure in the middle of the zone. It's not like you could just beeline it like hagglefish or mahi mahi. You've got a huge structure to think about. You have all this terrain to navigate. It's like playing chess. So already, we're going to a game 4.
Yeah, this should be a really good game for both sides. Mako Zones. This can be a really good map. I feel like this is something that everyone is used to. Everyone has regularly played it. This is just if Haggle Zones is your bread and butter, this is like your grilled cheese. Everyone's had it.
Indeed, and I've got to say, dropping from the right on this map from your base is never really a good idea because
Mhm.
everybody sees where you are. So my best bet is to try to occupy stack. What I try to do. It doesn't always work, but throw some splat bombs and I'm over here like, yo, I'm being a rat. I'm taking your cheese.
Yeah, stacks are a really good power position on this map. Kind of something I'm thinking about is that E-leader we've seen hitting some really good shots. An E-leader on stack, not something you want to deal with, especially if they hit their shots. Kind of just able to see all the way into your zone, and your spawn, I apologize. And once you're in that position, it's no going back. But here we go.
Though, yeah.
Could be the start of a reverse sweep from the side of Usagi Fan Club, but staying in it, fighting for their lives on the winner's side. Here we go, Mako Zones, Moku. What do you think of these
I'm not
comps?
seeing E-leader anymore. I'm seeing pencil now. And NZAP's been traded out for. I'm seeing Junior coming out, and they're keeping their mini and their sticker stamper being traded. Their regular stamper being traded in for that sticker stamper as Usagi Fan Club takes the zone frame 1. But going down to Jasmine. Jasmine working on that roar shenanigan, but going down. Leaf already in the base. It's not even Halloween anymore, and they're already trick-or-treating. Leaf going down to Jasmine. Strikes coming out, but they don't do anything. Usagi is just taking the points. What do you think about this? What do you
Yeah,
make of
this is a
this?
really good hold from the side of Usagi
Ooh.
Fan. Getting that pick with
Ooh.
that Zuka and Leaf coming in to clean it up a little bit more. Leaf pushing it all the way here, having to go back a little bit as pressured by IPS's junior, but they have that whale online, getting one, and now we go into knockout territory. This has been a really quick game, and we already have 10 points remaining on the clock. British HQ has to get the zone cap here, and they do get the zone
Yeah,
cap, Moku.
that camp. I was gonna say, yeah, they just camped that out. They saw that opportunity. That clutch as well. It's like, I mean, I know I said camp, but like, think about it. They were watching. They were staking out. I'm always thinking about where it's like, yeah, I have no words. That was textbook. And now British HQ only has to hold defense for 50 ticks. They can do it if they can hold a good defense.
Yeah, this is kind of a
Can
hard
they
position
defeat?
for them. They have
Can
to get close to a knockout to be able to win this game, Moku. And that bubbler set up in zone, but also a bubbler on the stack set up as Jasmine gets traded out. We see those strikes coming out. Wait, this could be it as two members are down on their side. They have to get the zone traded out, but no, they're stuck in specials, and we are
oh
not getting that
neutral
zone trade yet. We are fighting for our lives to paint the zone, but two members go down, and
British
British
HQ
HQ
taking
completely
it.
reverses the match.
Excellent work, both teams.
Yeah, some really good playing. Like you said, Usagi Fan Club's first hold, that was textbook. But you want to
I
know
was
who's
going
even
to
more
say,
textbook? British HQ's hold.
GG's both teams. I was going to say, because I was going to say, while they were defending Marie, that they would have to contend with Leaf's ability to just clean up an entire match, an entire battlefield. I'm not using the right words. I'm just slipping over my words. Don't be like me, y'all. I have the dehydration debuff. But like Leaf in their 52 gal can clean up a battlefield really easily. We have seen that multiple times this whole set. And I was thinking, how are they going to contend with that? And somehow they did. Like, there's so much going on that I would need to VOD review in order to see exactly where that defense fell apart for the side of Usagi Fan Club. But excellent work, both teams. British HQ gets to go on. What do you think, Marie? Like, what else did you think about what else caught your attention during this whole match or during the set?
I think from my side, it looked like Usagi Fan Club just really struggled on that retake. Their hold was really strong, but I just the offense, the mere like holding power that British HQ had, it was really hard to push through. And ultimately, it was kind of just a battle of who could break the other's hold, which British HQ won, getting that zone and reversing the entire game there, Moku, on that make O zones.
Indeed.
But yes, for the moment, we are going to have to go to another break as we wait for our next game, which will be in winter semifinals. Don't miss it. It's going to be exciting.
Hydrate. We are back to Triton Cup 121. Joining me today is the lovely Marie Time. Marie, how are you doing and are you excited?
I am really excited for this match, Moku. I have to be doing well because, of course, when you have such exciting stuff as like a match between Div 2, not Div 3, 2, I apologize, against Seed 2 and Seed 3, you have to be excited because you know it's going to be some close matches, it's going to be some really good stuff. And I'm looking at this map list that we have right here, and I'm already seeing some really exciting picks. And I'm just so curious to see what these teams are going to pull out. What are your thoughts? Do you have any experience with these teams prior?
I do not, and I don't see any teammates here that seem familiar to me right off the bat, but actually, yeah, there is one person that I'm familiar with, maybe two. Me when I lie. Um, I've seen Punchy. Okay, that makes sense. I've seen Punchy around from Frutella. I think I've commentated Frutella before. I want to say that I have. Also, Phoenix from that same team. I either commentated them one time or I've fought against them. Which, if I've ever fought against Frutella, GG's. I'm the rat brush that just gets into your house. By your house, I mean base or your lawn, whatever you want to call your base. Taking all the cheese. What about you, Marie? Do you see anything on the team or anybody on the team that catches your eye?
Well, looking at this, I see a lot of players that I'm fairly well familiar with, especially on the side of Viva fronts. We have a lot of really good players that I know will be really exciting to see. I'm looking at this first map right here, this crab leg zones, and I'm kind of thinking about some weapon picks, Moku. You know, we've been seeing a lot of E-Leader today. Maybe E-Leader setting up on those top grates, looking straight into your base, kind of pointing that laser
Oh
straight in
no,
your eyes.
that is diabolical. That is a diabolical thought, Marie. And unfortunately, as an ink brushman, that does happen. They love to camp out on the grates. Grates is where you'll want to be if you're an E-Leader, Bamboozler, or any other charger that Sheldon provides. Thanks,
Mhm.
Sheldon. Shout out to Sheldon, being my aunt for real. he just he yaps every single time there's a new weapon. Um, what else can I talk about with Crab Leg to Capital? Well,
Well, we got those two pit areas on that side. We got those grates. Something I'm kind of thinking about is, you know, something else that's really popular is sword. Really good weapon, puts down so much paint, puts down so much chip damage, can do so much. But here we go. We will have our comp questions answered as we go into the set right off the bat. Seeing very similar comps on both sides, Moku. What do you notice with this?
I'm noticing that on the side of Viva Front, we have three teammates that are named after AI, but Habibi Investigation Squad taking that zone. Crab Tank coming out early, Core coming out, frame one, and Pencil. I think Pencil's front lining down there, but we see we see Punchy guarding the zone excellently with their. Oh, that is a Splash-O-Matic. I was gonna say, but that's a wipeout. I was gonna say 52 gal for a second. They are camping out, Marie. They've got the
Yeah,
marshmallows
really
now.
strong hold coming out from Habibi Investigation Squad. We see Punchy set up on that side, trying to make sure that they can cover anyone who might be coming down there, taking the eyes of that of that pen, but also helping to get that chip on that zip that goes down. And now we are in knockout territory. 10 seconds left on the clock. We see one drop, another drop, going for the zone. They get
Stun
the zone,
clutch!
and Season 1 wins the 1v1. Uh, Oh my gosh, but there's so much happening as all the members of Habibi Investigation Squad are set back. We can breathe a deep breath. Now it's time for Viva France to try to get a good hold here, try to get those points down as that zip comes out, Moku.
Viva France taking that zone in a beautiful clutch. Zipcaster taking out a member of Habibi Investigation Squad. I cannot pronounce that name. I do apologize. I don't
Neither
read
can
that
I, it's
language, but
okay.
it's a beautiful language. Like, every language is beautiful, okay? But Dreadringer from the top rope nearly getting OpenAI. OpenAI managing to survive, matrixing all these shots, call them Neo, but going down. I wanted to say to the pencil, but so much is happening here, Marie. What do you make, like, what do you think is going to happen now? Like, is there anything that catches your eye?
Well, that's what you see when you watch Splatoon at this level. These are such good players. They react so quickly. We see those tense scores up on that top of the screen because these players know how to get in, they know how to get out, and they know how to fight for that zone and keep those points. This is really close stuff, and we see those strikes coming out, and that's a signal to us that Viva France is going to try to get into that zone. But here we go. We are getting into knockout territory. The members are jumping in, but unfortunately it's not enough. And Habibi Investigation Squad takes that first game, and we are currently 1-0 in our set.
Nice work so far for both teams. Habibi Investigation Squad, like you said, taking that match. And I've got to say, Viva France had a great clutch in the middle of the battle. It was beautiful. And there was a lot of back and forth, of course. But you've got to admit, Viva France was on the back foot a lot. But from what it sounds like to me, I could see Viva France taking the back foot just to see what their opponents are thinking. That's a useful strategy if you have time to do that, is not don't just wait for the chance to lose to learn from your mistakes. You can also take, like, what do I want to say? I want to say it carefully. Sometimes you can avoid showing all your cards, and if that happens to result in a loss, you can. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let me just come out and say it. I keep beating around the bush. You can lose on purpose. I'm not saying that they're going to do that. I'm not saying that Viva France did that. I'm saying that. Mm,
No.
I.
I
You
have
know
an
what I'm
idea.
trying to
Don't worry,
say?
Moku. Don't worry, Moku. Viva France is lowering expectations. They're trying to get Habibi's
Yes, thank
investigation
you.
squad to lower their guard a little bit, not expect much, and then they come in, they get the reverse sweep, and they just get
Thank
that
you.
game. Here we go back into our
Thank you so
matches
much. See,
on
ladies and gentlemen, I'm on
Splatoon
that
1.
dehydration. On that
Don't worry,
dehydration
I know what
debuff.
you mean.
I
I know what
cannot.
you mean.
Thank you so much. I needed someone to read my mind. I can't articulate save my life. Are we seeing any comm changes?
Yes, we do. We see a calm change on the side of Viva France. We are seeing that Rapid Pro come out. So we have a lot of range on the side of Viva France. But here we go. That Crab coming out instantly, getting that pick on that Pen player, forcing them back. As hopefully they should get the zone cap here, but no, they're opting to fight instead. As they get one,
Going
they
down.
get another, and it's just that Pen player who's being forced back all the way into their spawn as they put down all this pressure, but two go down. We are seeing so much fighting happen, and it's only 30 seconds into the game, Moku.
Indeed, and I was already seeing Habibi Investigation Squad set up their campsite, but Viva France is not having it. But it's 2 go down, makes me wonder.
Oh
3
my
go
gosh!
down, makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if my hunch is correct, is that, like you helped me articulate, that they're trying to lower expectations so that they can get Habibi Investigation Squad on the back foot at the last minute. And we're seeing Viva Front hold the zone, taking it from Habibi Investigation Squad.
Yeah,
Getting that pick from over the ledge. Is this, with all this ledge guarding, is this Smash Bros?
yes. Absolutely. We are playing a different game right now. These are really good players, and they know what they're doing. They are putting down so much pressure, and here we go. Habibi Investigation Squad getting back in, getting that zone cap back immediately, getting 3 down as they're coming in already to pressure that Pen player, getting that another pick. They're set up so far and putting down so much pressure, and they keep getting more picks to show for it. And look, Moku, they are cooler now. There is no stopping them,
Indeed.
and they just keep putting down pressure after pressure, and now we're almost out of penalty points.
The pressure is high as the zone goes back to neutral, 54-30, with Viva Front taking the zone back as 2 go down on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad. Numbers advantage for that short while is, but we're seeing zone go back to neutral. Viva Front taking back the zone, paying attention to their left side. As I've always said, left side is hopping during this map and mode, Marie.
Yeah, here we go. We are all out of penalty
Crab
points.
versus crab!
Crab battle happening on
Crab
this
versus
side.
crab! Crab battle!
But yes, here we go. 2 members left alive. Just that Pen player, but they are not going to be able to hold it. We got like 4 points down, maybe more than that, but it's not enough. But there's still plenty of time left. There's still 2 whole minutes left in this game, and they are fighting for their lives right now. But one thing you don't want to see is that the score furthered even farther. But 2 members down of Viva Front, you cannot get back into the zone right now when you are at a team deficit.
Booyah Bomb coming out, but misses the zone, but it helps with taking it back from Viva France. Habibi Investigation Squad currently in the lead, setting up their campsite again, and I'm hoping they save some s'mores for the rest of us. Taking out OpenAI, finally I was waiting for OpenAI to, I'm just kidding, I'm just talking about the LLM at that point, but it's not anti-AI rant time. But what it is time for is seeing Habibi Investigation Squad taking the zone, like keeping the zone, 6 are coming down, and they keep the zone.
Yeah, getting that knockout there, taking that game. We are now at a 2-0, so this is kind of that disaster area that we were talking about with our last set, Moku. This is the ride or die. You gotta do something here, or you're gonna get sent down to losers, and you can fight your way up through losers, but winners is just so much more chill. It's the high ground of life. You're taking it nice. You're living the good life up in winners. You don't want to go down to losers.
Indeed. I just want to say, I love how 3 people on that team are named after LLMs. As an artist, I look at an LLM, at a large language model and go, why? So it's very clever that they're named after them, because I was trying to make that joke of being like, oh, finally the AI bubble burst. But in this context, I wasn't trying to. I just want to say I'm not trying to disparage a single person. It's just me being a jokester. I'm a class clown, y'all. I'm sorry. Everybody's doing great.
Yeah, we're having some really good playing coming out from both sides, but here we go. This is the ride or die, Moku. To stay in winner's side, Viva France has to take this game and then hopefully reverse sweep from there. So here we go. Do we see any comm changes or anything special to look at?
I'm seeing that both teams have kept pencil, but I'm not seeing many comm changes, but that's because I'm more focused on the battles than the comp icons. Unfortunately, I need to do better as Punchy goes down the Gemini. S-Blast doing a very nice job defending the zone. As Viva France keeps it, they're defending like their lives depend on it. Will we see the AI revolution, Murray?
Maybe we will, but maybe not for the moment as that Booyah Bomb comes out and takes that right zone. Something you gotta think about with these double zones maps. You have to get both zones. You can't rely on that beloved cheese that we were talking about earlier to be able to get those things, or you have to invest a lot into cheese to get it. But here we go, 2 members going down on Viva Front, but they're still fighting for their lives, taking down another member. Break up your momentum.
Unfortunately, the screen on my side is frozen, so I might be behind, but now it's okay. S-Blast going for that defense. I'm seeing Habibi Investigation Squad go for like a pseudo hyper dive, but they're not going into the base yet. Punchy is maintaining a respectful distance. And that's good on this map because if you get too far away from the zone, somebody's going to sneak out and take one of them since it's a double zone. So you want to stay close so the crab comes out. Habibi Investigation Squad just needs to hold it, Marine.
Yeah, this is important. This is our last few seconds of the game. They have to get the zone here, but they do not. And so that is a 3-0 on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad, knocking Soggy and I apologize, knocking Viva France. I thought I was in the last set for a minute. Knocking Viva France down to losers bracket, where hopefully we could possibly see them again.
GG's both teams, and I've got to say, Viva France. Just want to say first of all, cover name scheme. I love it. I love it so much. And seems like it's Habibi Investigation Squad who was pulling the other team along because I thought Viva France was. Well, I could see the strategy, lowering their expectations so that they can have them on the back foot, but Habibi Investigation Squad seemed like they were 2 steps ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, they just had a really good hold on all of the zones there. They kind of knew where Viva France wanted to go. They kind of knew what sort of things they wanted to do, and they did a really good job taking advantage of their weapons, taking advantage of their specials, and doing what they needed to do. It was a really good showing from both sides, but especially our winner in this set.
Indeed. I was hoping to see some Zones ramen. Like if anybody goes to Zones ramen, can I have some ramen too, please?
It's always
That we need
unfortunate.
it.
You always want that game vibe when you're commentating, but sometimes it just doesn't happen, especially when you're looking at those maps and it's like, "Oh my gosh, those are some fun maps."
Indeed, really, they are. I love Zones ramen. So if any teams in this tournament have gone to Zones ramen or is about to, could could you get some for me to please? Like be like, oh yeah, that cat squid commentating over there. My OC is a cat squid, so like they want it. They want some ramen. Just make sure there's salmon in it. It'll be fine.
Okay,
Which
but
reminds
that
me.
mhm.
Sorry, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, no, we're about to go to break, so finish your thoughts before we go.
In addition to hydration, be sure to eat something. Keep some snacks at your desks and near your switches. That's
Always
very
important.
important. Very important. You want to have some brain food. Treat it like you're studying because you are using up a lot of brain power. Study
Mhm.
like you're treat it like you're studying like your life depends on it, you know?
Yeah. But
Like the
that is
bar
going to
exam.
be it for this set. We are going to come back with very exciting sets, as I always say, because all of these sets are exciting, but especially this one because we will be going into winners finals. Stay tuned, you don't want to miss it.
Woo!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Triton Cup 121. I am joined here by my lovely co-commentator, Moku. We've been having a great time on mic here, but here we are, winners finals. Labata family versus Habibi Investigation Squad. We did just see a Habibi Investigation Squad on stream. Beautiful 3-0 from their side, but here we go. They are the lower seed here, Moku. It's seed 2 versus seed 1. So I'm hoping to see some really good stuff here. Maybe a little bit of Habibi Investigation Squad on the back foot after that last set. But what are your thoughts,
Indeed,
Moku?
indeed, I can see this being a high level kind of thing. Like, sure, we've been seeing high level gameplay, but we're talking Seed 1 versus Seed 2. The expectations are running high, and so is the pressure here. And I've gotta say, Lobata family has a lobster in their team name. Y'all have lobsters? Can I have one?
Tell him to bring out the lobster. That's
Bring
what
out
I'm
the
thinking.
lobsters!
But yeah,
We
we're
will
gonna
think
have
so.
some really exciting stuff here. Looking at that game one, this is something we haven't seen yet today, Moku. I'm looking at that umami zone. It's a personal favorite of mine. What do you think about this map?
As a brush main, I love this map because I can just rat around 2 zones. And what you'll want to watch out for is a charger getting up on that silo, which is that circular structure over by where basket would be in clams.
Mhm.
As long as you take silo, you should be fine. But we're
Yeah.
about to get into it
Mhm.
with
Yeah,
Keo.
game.
Keo, what are you doing here? It was a surprise.
Yeah,
Well then,
really, like you said, high level gameplay that we're about to see here. Really exciting stuff. You do not want to miss this set. But looking at these comps, I'm seeing some really cool stuff on both sides. I'm seeing an Octobrush, not exactly your ink brush, Moku, but it's a really good weapon nonetheless, kind of in your family. But here we go, a lot of damage already being done. So much happening. What are you seeing, Moku?
Mega Knight going down, which was that Octobrush. S-Blast. I'm sorry, that's not an S-Blast, it's a Rapid Blaster. Me when I don't know my weapons? Dodging Pencil. Like it's the Matrix, call them Neo. Core coming out. Already setting up that lockout as Lobutta family is trying to camp, and Mega Knight nearly misses that Booyah Bomb, but quickly goes down. It is high level indeed. Like lots of speed. Keo coming in from the back, taking that silo. Nice bubbler. Marie, what do you make of this?
This is what I love about seeing high-level gameplay. You see the speed that they go at, this amount of stuff happening, always exciting things happening on screen. But here we go. We have 2 specials online. That cooler has been popped. They're coming back, but the pen does unfortunately go down. It's okay though. Cooler was popped, so all is good in the world. But here
Nice
we go.
jump
A lot
back.
of damage being done with
Keo
Keo
going down.
down. Really good stuff. And here we go. This could be a lead change here with only that Rapid Blaster online and those strikes ready. This could be a really strong hold here as we see a lead shift happening right now.
Indeed, it is a really close game with the scores almost being even, but Habibi Investigation Squad holding their own against a high-level team with Keo of all people on it. But losing control to Lobutta family, oh, but not for long, keeping that zone, taking this match.
Yeah, it's really good game right there. Seed 2 getting a little bit of an upset against Seed 1. But I do want to say, we kind of are used to seeing like Kyo as a top level name, but these players in their own right are all incredible players. Really good stuff, and they all have their own place here, holding their own. And here we go. We're gonna go to Mako Zones next. It's gonna be really tight, unlike Umami, which has those wide open spots, Moku. This is pretty tight. We're looking at those stacks, we're looking at those power positions. We saw this earlier, but I'm expecting some really fast stuff. Do you see any comp changes occurring on the side of Lobita family, do you think?
I don't think I'm going to notice much in terms of comp changes, but I can tell you somebody might switch to. I can see somebody switching over to something like Junior or Junior just comes out at me the most. I could see that. Somebody could go for a more DPS level weapon, like also
Mhm.
Splash. But I can tell you somebody's gonna get a quad here. I'm seeing the Splash. I'm seeing the Splash. I'm seeing a splash on 2 sides. I knew it. They were going to go for DPS as both of them start to make a beeline for a zone. They ain't messing around, Marie. They're already taking each other's stacks.
Yeah, we're
But,
going to see some really quick stuff. We're seeing coming around with that decaf Kyo trying to get some
oh,
damage done, and
nice.
putting damage done is what he will do. He gets 1 and comes back to put down a little bit of paint, support that pen player back in zone, and they comes around, putting all of this stuff down, fighting and this is a fight. This is a massive fight, and it's hard to believe we are barely just now reaching that halfway point. But this is a really good showing from Lobita family. This is what we need to see. We need to see these strong scores, and we need to see
Ooh.
that crab being canceled for them to be able to get this strong score down even further, Moku.
That crab tank was turned into crab boil frame 1. Didn't even get to shoot much ink. Zipcaster going down immediately to... But crab tank coming back out. Lobota family looking over at Habibi Investigation Squad saying, yeah, we know what you're gonna do. Now it's our time. Now you're on our turn. It's our time to take back zone. Take this match. But going down to Kyo. I was gonna say to Kyo, but which? But
Yeah,
what
really
about
strong
the
hold
family?
here. We're seeing the penalty points go through, but zone is capped back in return, so no further points being done, but damage is being done left and right. It is just the pen on the side of a BB fam investigation squad. Almost combined their names there for a second. So much damage being done as we see going into the base, putting down even further. This is how you know you have a strong hold going down, when you go all the way in and behind. Coming from behind, it's just Kyo, but fighting against that crab. Who knows if they'll be able to do the damage, but it might have been enough, giving that time for their teammates to spawn in. But this should be hold for Habibi Investigation Squad. Not if Mega Knight has anything to say about it, though, doing that damage.
Mega Knight going into that base saying, I'm taking your cheese, but getting stomped out. Kyo resuming rat shenanigans with Decab. Decab, I never thought could be such a rat weapon, but then I see Kyo's gameplay and I'm like, oh, well, never mind, it is. But Habibi Investigation Squad is holding on to that zone, but losing control as 3 go down on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad. Lobota family taking the zone. And they are just guarding it, but losing control.
Yeah, getting really close to all those penalty points going out. We only have 6 more. This is kind of where Habibi Investigation Squad is going to want to get back in, try to get a hold here, but unfortunately, no. We are at a penalty point, so now we will be taking down the score even further. We're seeing all this damage being done, all of this scoring being done, and specials are been popped on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad, but points are still ticking down. We're getting into lockout territory right now, and here we go. There's the knockout, and it's game 2 for Lambda family.
Indeed, and I was saying at the beginning of the match, I thought I was going to see a quad, but I've been seeing a lot of triples. But I did see a lot of DPS as well, and I'm thinking, well, somebody's going to switch to DPS. Well, they did. And both teams are doing well so far. Going to game 3. What are we thinking here, Marie? Finally, we're going to zones on ramen. I finally get to have my ramen. Let's go.
Yes, anticipated map for the both of us,
Just
something we've really been looking forward to. Honestly,
some
really
ramen for
happy
Marie
to
too.
have this. Yes, this is a personal favorite map of mine. I feel like there's just so much you can do, and I don't know. I think one of my favorite moments ever was when my own teammate reef slidered the elbow and got a quad. That was just, it changed this map from like a really good to, okay, I really like this map.
This map
Oh my,
really is a fun one, and
yeah, we're
I could
wasting
see
no
Akko
time
bro.
getting into this next match. We're having zero time to talk about this, Moku. I'm sorry. They just are so eager to get into these matches, but seeing the same
That's what I
things
love to
on
see.
both sides. I'm looking at the Splash player with the double main of charge up. You know we're gonna have so many crabs being popped on that zone, as we already seen crab being popped from that glass area on both sides.
No crabs! Crab battle! Both crabs! Come on, who's gonna win the crab battle? But nobody wins the crab battle, I don't think. But, you know, I love seeing a good crab battle as I'm gonna butcher that name. Hinokuchi goes down to Y or 4. I'm so sorry, I can't read.
No, I
Jumping
believe that's
back.
why.
Ah.
Don't worry, never doubt yourself.
Ooh.
We're always good. But here we go. So much fighting happening in mid. So much momentum, but all of this is it's benefiting Lobeta family from what I can see, Moku. As Kyo getting set up in there, pressuring the Pen player, pushing them even back. And look at all the specials that have to be popped to get them out of the elbow. We haven't even gotten to zone yet on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad, and we have to invest so much. But here we go. Just a Pen player, but it's okay because they hit really good shots, so they still got the kill. But now, this should be a good hold for Habibi Investigation Squad. This is what they want. This is where they want to get their lead. Hopefully, as specials are being farmed with that strikes online, but they do go down, but they had coolers, so it's all good.
BB Investigation Squad holding on to that zone as Kyo works his way towards it, narrowly dodging that tri-strike. Going towards the flank, but getting taken out by the Bucket. Bucket goes forward into their base, but decides to drop down and get the drop on Mega Knight from the top rope as they're whittling away their penalty points, Marie. Ooh, and that was a nice pinch.
Yeah, really good fights happening on both sides. Now we're all out of penalty points, like you said. This is where you get into the scoring points. This is the important part of it all. You've been working so hard for all of that just to get to this moment, but unfortunately, penalty points are applied back. But hopefully not for long, because now we're going back through penalty points, getting all set up, pushing into this elbow, getting a really good spot over here, trying to get any pressure. They get one, they get
Kyo
two,
and Mega Knight.
raid, but hopefully, but it does not look like it's going to do much for them for the moment as Crab is getting set up. They're all coolered, so they are immediately back to push already.
And I've gotta say, these jump backs are beautifully done, and it helps that they have a lot of speed up. But unfortunately, one goes down on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad as 4 helps take back the zone, going around, chasing after Punchy, Punchy going down, and zone going back to neutral until Labuka family takes it back, going back into their zone, into their base, and going, we're setting up our camp. We're setting up our campsite, we brought the s'mores.
Yeah, here we go. We see that crab being popped, but the crab does get canceled. Not sure if it was from a bomb or what, but that gives them the chance to get back in, putting those strikes down. That bubble taking up that space in the corner, though, making sure they can't immediately push through as they have to pop their booyah as well to get through, committing so much to this to be able to get back in. Getting another one, but unfortunately, in the corner, we have Y right there with that crab ready. They have to jump back here, but one does go down. So this is a perfect moment for that crab to get set up again and immediately go back in as we see them set up on that glass area. Does get punished, but they did the damage. The zone has been capped. Penalty points have been put back into place. But who knows how long this can last. When you have been fighting so much through penalty points, you have to at some point get a stronger lead because you won't be able to fight it eternally. But here we go. Y's doing a really good job fighting over that zone, giving time for their teammates to come back in. But it looks like this might be a lead shift opportunity here. Maybe if they get the zone cap. But no, they do get the zone cap. So much happening right now, Moku.
Indeed. I thought maybe an investigation squad was going to take that lead there for a second, but they still have time. They have time to get this into overtime with Mega Knight cleaning up the zone. Unfortunately for Habibi Investigation Squad, they lose this match.
Yeah, really well taken match by Lobota family. Really good stuff. It felt a little bit closer than last game personally, but still wasn't enough. And now we are 2-1 with our score. And for the moment, we are going to be at match point. If they do not get this down, then it's gonna be the end for them.
True. And going on to game 4, we've got Urchin Underpass Zone. Urchin Underpass becomes like a mosh pit, like I said earlier in the tournament. And when you have a lot of range, it does benefit, but you're going to need some close level, like some close range weapons as well, which is why it's great that Kyo is on decaf. That's going to help a ton for Loboto family. But Habibi Investigation Squad might need to invest in a little bit more DPS if they want to have a better edge against Loboto family. It's great
Yeah.
they have the splash. Something like a high DPS blaster or another shooter or even another splash would be great. But
Yeah, absolutely.
and that's just my experience, like from what I see as an ink brush main. Now, if Mega Knight pulls out the ink brush, if they do that, that'll be an extra edge for Labuda family as well. It's great that Octobrush is here. Octobrush can put down a lot of paint, but ink brush can rat like nothing else. What do you think? What do you think, Marie? Do you think they're gonna change anything?
I'm not sure if they will want to go ink brush. I This can be a good ink brush map. Of course, you have more experience than me, but when you don't have a ton of entry points into their side of the map, having that Octobrush can do a really good job kind of cleaning up. But looking at both sides, we were both wrong. We are seeing that paintbrush come out instead. Not surprised, because this can be a little bit of a rough backline map from my personal experience. But going straight into zone, trying to put down that paint, we are seeing a lot of pressure and a crab already out. And a hammer of being thrown as well. A lot of specials being popped and a lot of score being put down on both sides.
This is true, and Paintbrush is also very good for this map because if you can take out range really quickly, then that's just, well, and you've got range, but you can also knock somebody out in 2 hits as Kyo goes down on the side of Laboda family, and Y going down as well. Ooh, and that hammer getting cancelled. The Baby Investigation Squad takes the zone for the first time in the match, and has a chance to hold on to it long enough for a lead switch. Mega Knight saying no to that, cleaning up the zone, cleaning up the battlefield. Losing the lead though. Taking out Hitokuchi. And there is a lot happening, Marie, as one jumps and repositions. What are you seeing?
Habibi's investigation squad still keeping the zone here. Lots of fighting happening in zone as that mini coming in to fight, but unfortunately does have to jump out. Now we are through penalty points on the side of Habibi investigation squad. Not very many points on the map, nothing to worry about right now, but when you are segmented off because of strikes, that is when you do have to worry a little bit. It was okay. They were coolered, no damage done, but these things do add up a lot. Hopefully they will be able to get back into the zone here. They are trying to stall it out with that bubble set up over zone, painting the zone. Do get the penalty points online, getting that zone capped, but not for long, as the cap does immediately go back to Habibi Investigation Squad. Kyo doing a really good job fighting over there, keeping them back, and just one member alive with that splash. Punchy doing such a great job staying with those crabs, setting up already, but unfortunately does get broken by the hammer that is thrown in their direction.
And 2 going down to Kyo as Kyo comes in, taking up space, setting up for his teammates to set up their own camps here, keep them on that lockout as the points whittle down, possibly seeing a lead switch here. But zone goes to neutral, but they take it back. Lead switch for Labuda family as Kyo comes up here to flank while Mega Knight holds the zone, almost going down the Booyah Bomb. Marine.
Yeah, staying alive, trying to do some of those rat shenanigans as we keep talking about today, but does go down with a trade. Okay, trade, because they did trade out that edit there, preventing any cooler for a moment as Habibi Investigation Squad tries to take more of a hold here. 2 members go down of Labuda family. That is what they need to be able to get these points on the board, and penalty points are out. So now, Kyo stuck in this corner down here, unfortunately not able to get the pick. Penalty point is out. We are lead shift and in knockout territory right here. Time's ticking down. They have to get in, but it's just this one member left, and no, it is not enough. Habibi family brings this game to a 2-2.
We are going to game 5, folks. We are going to game 5. And honestly, I was really impressed with the way that everybody's been cleaning up zone after Habibi Investigation Squad. But I think what happened was that Lobota family was so focused on the cleanup that they didn't really realize that Habibi Investigation Squad had them on the back foot just long enough for a lead switch to occur, and it was just snowballing from there. What do you think? Do you have another perspective on this?
I feel very similar to you. It was a bit of a rough game for Labuda family, but they still played really well. Both sides played really well. And it kind of just came down to that last defense on Labuda family's side. I think about a lot of Splatoon in the way that most games will come down to one crucial offense or defense. And that's kind of what distinguishes the winner when you're super close in skill levels, like we see in these 2 teams. Both teams doing such a great job. But here we go. We're going to go to Crab Lake next. This is a little bit less cramped of a map compared to Urchin. So much space that we're probably going to see both pens come back here, taking that important snipe spot, looking down the zone, getting that paint down, getting that chip down. Gonna be really big stuff, and I'm very excited to see what is going to happen with this game 5. What are your thoughts, Moku?
Indeed. I'm going to say, do you remember earlier in the tournament in the tournament, me switching my letters around? You usually know where your team carries are as soon as they're defeated and who starts winning. Mega Knight and Kyo, while everybody else is doing great on all teams, it's usually when either one or both of them go down that Habibi Investigation Squad starts getting those 2 on the back foot, which is what happened last time when Kyo went down last minute. But here we go, new match, new opportunities, both teams making that beeline, and already clashing frame 1 as the BD Investigation Squad takes the zone. But Crab Tank comes out very early.
Yeah, seeing some really interesting things on both sides. We do see that switch from the brush to the 96 gal from the side of Labuda family. We can't really see it much though, because holding this area, getting 2 is doing a really good job on that slosher. So Habibi Investigation Squad doing a really good job just holding this area. Here we go, Kyo setting up that bubble, putting up that space in. That Crab gets canceled though, so not able to really do much. And the pen goes down on the side of Labuda family. This is not what you want to see here. Dying in zone, never a good thing, but when you have 2 members down and 20 seconds left on the clock, we are getting into knockout territory in the first minute of the game, and another member goes down, and that's a pen player. This is looking drastic for the side of Labuda family. Are they going to be able to get back in? Which they are not, and that's immediately
They
knockout.
wipe out. It seems to me that Habibi Investigation Squad takes the set. It seems like they knew just as much as I did that Kyo and Mega Knight were holding it down. And what I want to know is, so I know DPS, I was talking about how good it was on Urchin Underpass, but I wish I knew what the comms were like with when they were saying Mega Knight should switch over to 52 gal. I believe if they stuck with a paintbrush, it would have led to at least a longer battle, but everybody did great with what they had. Like, I'm really impressed with the way things have unfolded. It was such an intense match. GG's both teams. And Habibi Investigation Squad goes on. What do you think, Marie?
Really good showing by both teams. But that last game was super unexpected after how close these games have been. Maybe Labuda family was a little bit frazzled. Maybe there was a bit of a sudden comp change. You never know how certain people feel about certain weapons on certain maps. So maybe there's a little bit of a problem there when it came to that map. You never know. But really good showing from both sides. And Moku, I'm afraid this is it for the two of us. Where can the lovely people at home find you?
Thanks for asking. The lovely people at home can find me at mokudraws1020.bsky.social. And I'm usually known as Moku on Discord and um that's about all I can think of. What about you, Marie? Where can everybody find you?
Everyone can find me on social media under the name Mari Time with the two eyes after the R, as you can see on your screen at the bottom there. You can find both of us by those names online. And it's been lovely commentating for you guys. We will have more action coming up, more commentators coming up after us. Sure, they are going to do a wonderful job. Please give them your support. And Moku, it's been lovely commentating with you.
It was so awesome commentating with you too, Marie. And I hope everybody continues having fun in this tournament. I can't wait to see from the sidelines like who wins Triton Cup 121. It's been so exciting, Mari.
Yeah, don't miss what's coming up next.
Stay hydrated and see you next time. Stick around.
and welcome back to Triton Cup 121. I am Pat, here with Meow, aka Matt, ready to watch the rest of this tournament.
Hello, hello, everybody. It feels amazing to be back on the mic. It has been such a long time since I've commentated, and I'm really glad to be back. And we have some very high level teams playing in this tournament, so I am very excited to see what we got going. We have, of course, our all zone special. We have British HQ versus the Elite Cobb. I
Mhm.
am very excited. What do you think about this, Pat?
I mean, British HQ plus Becky, they are like three of the top players of the UK and Ireland community, and Becky, who is one of the best snipers in Europe from France. On the other side, the Elite Cobb, not as renowned, a bit lower in the seed, but able to get a few upsets, able to get this far. And now they get to fight for the spot in low bracket semis. So we'll see who is going to get it, who is going to get in there. And let's get right in the game, Matt.
Yeah, we are starting right in. We got some interesting comps here. We got that S-Blast we've seen from British HQ. We see that either on the side of Elite Cobb, that's going to be helping them a lot more, both on both sides actually. And immediately we do see Jasmine and that error having their own little blaster fight on the bottom left of your screen there. And we do see British HQ able to take the zone at first here, but we do see the members of the Elite Cobb trying to pick them off from the side.
Yeah, and right now, oh, the punish on the S-Blast. That is so important, getting rid of the blaster to the side to establish some control, but both teams were able to get good splats, and right now that S-Blast is back in action. Both S-Blasts getting a trade right there. We're still fighting for the zone, but it looks like Elite Cobb are able to take it this time. I say that like we're still around that fight, and it's 2 down on Elite Cobb. It looks like British HQ is going to be in charge now.
Yeah, I mean, they capped it for 2 seconds, and then British HQ able to take it back there. We see Sandwich up on their right, trying to just be a distraction at that point. We do see both leaders trying to get whatever fix that they can here. Tactical goes out. They have that reef slider ready. That's going to be crucial for them. Stamper and E-Leader go down there, 2 down on the side of British HQ. This is going to be Elite Cobb's chance to move in, but the reef able to take out 1, and the Bria Bomb's going to come in there. It's not going to be able to do too much there. Sorry. They are going to have to back off there. The Bria Bomb isn't going to be able to help them too much, and they do still have that zone.
Yeah, right now British HQ able to hold the zone for so long, but the Elite Cobb are back. Oh wait, the Elite Cobb lost 2, and penalty was not applied, Matt. British HQ are still holding incredibly strong. Jasmine sharking in the zone is smelling blood right now, getting 1, getting 2, completely ending the game.
Right there, I mean, we saw at the end, Jasmine with the pick onto the Zap and the E-Leader was just so crucial and just stopped them from moving in completely. And I do want to know, even earlier on at the beginning of the game, we saw Jasmine take multiple fights, and even if they were 1v1s, still winning them, which was really crucial to having British HQ get the lockout there, securing that first win, and that is a very dominating first win for the side of British HQ. And we're going to be moving on to a Splatoon 2 special, Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, Englot Art. Remember on zone is that big top mid that controls a lot of the map. And one thing to note, Matt, is that both teams have brought an Eliter. And I expect the Eliters to come back, because on this map, if you can set the Eliter on top mid, you have control of the whole map. And it's really on the other team to find a way to move that Eliter out of here.
Yeah, I think, and even I feel like coming up here, Inkblot is going to be another back heavy map, especially the tree area is going to be great for both of those snipers to really sit, try to get any picks, and even just fighting an E-Leader in general, you can feel very restricted, which I bet both teams are feeling this right now. But British HQ, they just got to think, okay, we're going to push in, we're going to we're gonna just be moving around, make sure that E-Leader cannot track us, and that's exactly what they were able to do. They were able to get that lockout. The S-Blast was able to keep them out. Their E-Leader was able to just completely monitor the entire half of the map into the base of Elite Cobb. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be dealing with that. Again, very big E-liter map here, so it's going to be interesting to see how both teams approach us.
Yeah, and we keep pretty much the same comps, I believe, between these two teams. I mean, right now, Elite Corp need to find a way to counter their opponent's strategy, especially Jasmine already going behind everybody with the S-Blast and chasing. They're completely pincered right now. Elite Corp forced to defend on both sides at the same time. It's a wipe out, incredible opening by the British HQ.
I mean, again, and I keep trying to point it out here, the S-Blast is just all up in their faces.
Yep.
And again, able to get the pick off of the E-liter, that's going to be huge here, and another pick! They can't get the scamper, they cannot get the scamper. 2 down to tactical help, but it's not going to be much of a help here, because the other members of British HQ are there to back them up. The Steel Bomb not going to be able to do too much. They're pushing in there, they're going to pick off of Jasmine, but they do get taken down by Ips.
I mean, trade after trade right now, but the Elite Cup they need better than trades. They need to get onto the zone, and right now they're struggling to go there. The Stamper is isolated, surrounded, splatted, and British HQ with just 20 points left and the numbers advantage are looking to end it right here. Elite Cup, they need to run at the zone now. Don't think they have the time to paint. Oh, they do!
You jinxed it as they are able to push back in their delayed wipe onto the British HQ, and now the Elite Cub is taking control. We see there's that trying to push up there. We do see the Elite taking a very aggressive position, trying to get whatever picks that they can here. S-Blast trying to keep them out, and it's really down to this. Is the British HQ able to push back in here? They are able to get the pick off of the S-Blast. Zaps here, but the Tri-Strikes come out as the Stamper goes down. They are trying their best to push back in here.
Right now, British HQ able to get the retake on the zone. There's 3 minutes left. There's still plenty of time to mount a comeback, but Noppy Jasmine has something to say about it. Right now, British HQ still maintaining so much pressure, making sure the Elite Cup cannot breathe in their own platform.
And I mean, yeah, exactly that. The Elite Cup has had no area to move. The double William on capping both of the zones with a clean take. What a play there. We do see the Stamper trying to get the pick off the S+. They do, but get taken down by British HQ's leader. Ips getting the pick onto the Lunar again. That's going to be huge, but the Stamper able to take him over. The Stamper gets taken out by the E-leader, and we do see the Zap on the side of Elite Cup trying to just maintain space here. But it's so hard for them here.
Yes, especially since it's got splatted before activating Tactical. Right now, the Elite Corp just got a lot of momentum back. 2 minutes left in the game. They know the deal. They know they pretty much need to play for a KO right now, and they're doing exactly what they need to do, pressuring the platform. The Stamper is in the right spot to apply pressure, forced to jump away, but British HQ needs to mount a push, and Elite Corp outdone with their penalty.
They were able to get a pick off of the slot. That was going to be too share, but a trade comes on the board. That's going to be really good for Elite Cobb. They're able to maintain control here. And really, they got one more really good push in them. They have that weight breaker down. They're going to need something else to push here. There goes that Booyah Bomb, the double Booyah Bomb coming out from both sides, trying to cap both of the zones. British HQ trying their best. Cooler goes down. And really, there's only a couple ticks left, and they're 2 down.
And right now, British HQ trying to paint, but not enough. The Elite Cobb, who are looking like I was counting them out. I thought it was over. They saved themselves and then they got a huge comeback.
I mean, what a game. I mean, we saw how dominating British HQ was in that first game, and that first half of this game was very dominating by them, but the Elite Cobb was able to just come back stronger than ever, and that's the best we've seen them play right now, and that was a really good game for them to take, forcing British HQ into game 3, and really it's going to come down to this Robo Ramen game, but I mean, I think the key player to these games are both of the S-Blasts, in my opinion.
But they play them differently, I feel. like British HQ, just mean that the S Blast is going in, is very much like the spearhead, while the rest of the team is providing support, taking control. Just mean is going in and trying to get the splats, while the Elite Corps are more team players right there, moving as one and trying to stay closer to their S Blaster, whereas the Stamper is more the one going in and trying to do things. And right there, this cost British HQ a bit, because the second Jasmine was shut down, all that aggro was kind of disappearing, and that was letting the Elite Cobb get to get back into the game. Now let's see who is able to get it in game number 3. Remember, winner of this moves still goes forward in the tournament, and the loser goes home.
And right here, we see both teams really playing it safe, trying to cap the zone here. The leader is able to take out the Zap. That's 2 down there, but their own leader gets taken out by the S-Blast. S-Blast on the side of the Elite Cup, trying to push up there, trying to fight Dazzling, but gets taken out by that first round. They're going to be huge, and they're able to take out the Stamper. Push up, try to get somebody else. They're trying to get that Zap out of the way. They are able to now, and Jasmine's just up in their face. British HQ able to cap the zone. That's going to be huge for them.
Right now, British HQ, we've seen them have strong openings, and right now they don't disappoint. But the Elite Corps throwing the double Booyah Bomb again. They have so much firepower with that, but this time it was not enough to cap the zone. British HQ still in control right there, and shutting the S-Blast down is going to allow them to keep that control longer, Matt.
Now they do see that cap on the zone. We see Elite Cobb trying their best to cap this zone, but Ips on the side of British HQ doing such a great job here. Wavebreaker goes down there, Stamper goes down here because of Sammy. Sammy gets taken out there. They try to push in, that goes down there, and it comes down to these last 20 ticks. Booyah Bomb's gonna be coming in, but we do see Jasmine trying to take out the S-Blast.
Yep.
As another Booyah Bomb comes in from the side of Elite Cobb. Are they gonna be able to cap this zone?
Right now, the fight for the zone, and the Elite Corps are able to stay alive once again, as they... Oh, well, it's short-lived, but British HQ are already pushing back. Jasmine, once again, going ahead of that zone, trying to go for the splat, but Urian is dodging, and right now, Jasmine paid the price. Elite Corps able to establish themselves to the side.
We do see Naira try to get whatever picks up the cannon. Savage takes him out there. 2 down the side of Elite Cobb. They're trying to push back in here. And really, Elite Cobb did not get that much of a score here. So it's going to be really hard for them to really get a push going now. As British HQ taking control again. We see Savage try to get whatever picks up they can. Another Booyah Bomb for the side of Elite Cobb. They are able to get the pick off of Savage. Trying to push in here. Zap goes down. Really down to a 3v3. The leader trying their best here. 3 down on the side of Elite Cobb. And British HQ still has control.
Yeah, the Stamper needs to go in. There isn't much points left, Matt, right now. Savage cleaning up with the Slosher and ending it. That Booyah Bomb is going to come too late. British HQ gets the victory.
And that was an amazing set. I mean, what a way to end this set. I mean, all 3 games being a KO were pretty impressive. And I mean, both teams able to just play the best that they can. Both teams did a great job there. And I feel like just the overwhelming pressure that the S-Blast put onto the side of Elite Cobb was just so much. And I mean, there's so much you can do, especially on a map like Robo Ramen, where if there's an S-Blast that at that mechanical level just in your face, there's so much that can go wrong in that situation. And we did see a little bit towards the end where Jasmine was in a little bit of trouble, where Elite Cobb did have the advantage. But even then, Samage came in to back them up. They still got taken out, but they were able to get a pick off of it. And that pick was so crucial. It stopped Elite Cobb from painting over the zone completely. And British HQ was able to just take a very overwhelming victory. And this set was even a close one. So that truly was a great set to watch, and GG's to both teams.
And shoutouts to Elite Corps, who are seed 15 and absolutely got several upsets throughout this tournament. They really got a good run. It's ending right there against British HQ, who were in control of these games most of the time, but still the Elite Corps, a team to watch, players to watch, because they did very, very good tonight. But Matt, we're going to move forwards on to the low bracket semifinals, which is going to be British HQ plus Baki against Viva France.
Alrighty. I believe, are we taking a break or are we just jumping
Yes.
right into it? Okay, we are going to be taking a break. We're going to be right back with another very, very intense game of losers semifinals. So we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back, Inklings and Octolings to Triton Cup number 121. We're back here. My name is Matt, and I'm here with Pat. We are on for the losers semifinals run. We have British HQ versus Viva France.
Yeah, I guess we have a battle of the nations, Matt.
Yeah, wait, I just noticed that. Hey, wait a second. I thought I studied this. I didn't. I didn't know this happened.
Well, it's Triton Cup, and you see the European countries pretty represented pretty often, of course, right here. But one thing to note is that British HQ, they have their French token with Bakke, so uh, like
See,
whatever happens, France wins.
see, I'm from North America.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just me here, guys. I'm representing. Not really. We have. I don't really have much say into this. It's really up to the. It's up to Britain and France for this set. Starting off on Splat Zones. Oh my god, I blanked. Say the name.
Urchin,
Urchin
Urchin Underpass.
Underpass. I got caught up for a second. I'm
That's
not
fine.
used to I'm not used to seeing
Yeah.
this map up here. I feel like I'm in like 2017 or something. I feel old. But this is going to be a pretty interesting set to say the least. And I mean, another really good group of teams here. I mean,
Mhm.
I did not coming into when I decided to volunteer to commentate this tournament, the
Yeah.
last thing I expected was for like the last 5 teams to all be like the best of the best. So this so it's really cool to see all these top
Yeah.
level teams come together and play. What an amazing tournament. I mean, it's
Mm.
zones, only zones, but what an amazing tournament to all
Mhm.
be playing. And here we go, Spot Zone Search and Underpass. We had the British HQ versus Viva France. Let's see what these comps are going to look like.
Yeah, and of course, this map is always a bit different. We see British HQ changing their comp. I'm pretty sure that is not the usual Viva France comp as well. Dapples, the red Dapples is the weapon that you don't see. I don't think you see it anywhere else, at least for zones. And right now, Viva France are rocking it.
Yeah, right here we see they immediately put that cooler down and move up with the Dapples, but Savage keeping them back with that bucket here. We do see Nora able to get the pick off of Ips, jump out to some safety there, as we do see Kiki getting taken out by Jasmine. That's going to be a huge pick, 2 down on the side of Viva France, and now British HQ trying to get the chance to move back in here. They're going to be using the strikes to help, but there's 2 over there, but Jasmine just jumps away in the nick of time and is able to get the pick off of Nori. Actually, no, that was the bucket. Sorry, 2 down on both sides, and now we're at a point where Viva France able to slightly take control here, but British HQ definitely trying to gain on them.
And right there, British HQ is still fighting for that zone with the bubbler above it. Savage going in, and right now there's 2 down on Viva France. British HQ are taking control and pushing forward both Savage and Jasmine, trying to establish themselves with strikes to allow them to go in to get more. Right now, Viva France not able to come back. They lose 2 players once again. British HQ is going to score a lot of points.
Now he's Dapple's trying to push up. Jasmine able to take them out swiftly. 2 specials ready on the side of Viva France. They gotta make something happen here. They are able to get the pick here, but we do see some trades on the board. That's not gonna be good for them. They are able to take out 1 here. That Stabber trying to move up onto that bucket. We do see the mini dropping and getting the pick there. Booyah Bomb comes out here. This is Viva chance to cap the zone. They do exactly that.
Yeah, Viva France getting the cap, but at what price? At what price, man? They get wiped, and their player that respawn is still to the side in a very, very precarious situation. British HQ keeping their control and winning both fights right now. It's another wipeout this time. There's no chance in Viva France. Need to come back from spawn.
Now we see the S-Class trying to push up on them, trying to get the picks off of the Dapples here. Cooler out for Viva France, trying to make something happen here, but they do have that Booyah Bomb ready for defense. And right when I say that, they use it, popping it right onto that bubble. They do get taken out though, which is going to be really good for Viva France. Has a chance to move in here, Tri-Strikes out, but they do get painted over by the Tri-Strike. 3 down on the side of British HQ, and Viva France able to take control. So Junior has to back out there. They are able to get the pick off of S-Class. That's going to be huge as Viva France now takes control of British HQ's area there, trying to push them out at all costs.
Yeah, they do more than take control of the zone. They push forward that bubbler to counter. The other bubbler was very, very key, but it's not enough. British HQ always able to come back forward and get more splats right there. But Viva France have the beacons, they have the fast respawn times. Can they get into more fights? Right now the fight is on the zone and British HQ is reapplying penalty.
Oh, right here we see the Stabber push right onto that zone, able to get 2 down here, and now Viva France able to take back control very swiftly while their teammates respawn, but the Stabber just a little too overextended, gets taken out by Jasmine. Jasmine trying to get whatever picks up they can. That bubbler out for Viva France, gonna help them a lot. There comes that Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb for the side of British HQ now. Going right onto that bubble. They see that Stamper. They aren't able. They're trying their best to get that pick. Their Treasure comes out there. Dapple's trying to take care of that S+, but not enough. As they just toy around with them. Gently gets taken out there, but that Stamper with the double. And now they're trying to be in the zone there. But Viva France just barely cannot keep the cap. And British HQ takes it back with just a 17-point difference.
Yeah, right now the jumps are coming. Oh, but counting a stamper is never easy right now. Viva France retaking control in this last minute. Penalty isn't that high. If they hold British HQ for one push, they get the lead, Matt.
And right here, it all comes down to this last 35 seconds. The penalties up. Viva France about to take the lead. They get the junior. That's going to be a huge pick. They are able to take the lead. 3 down on the stun of British HQ. And that Booyah Bomb is really just to take out that sniper rider there. And now it just comes down to this. The members of British HQ feeding in. And Viva France able to come back and get that first win.
British HQ had such a strong opening, a strong hold. But here's the thing with the red dapples. Beacons mean you build momentum throughout the game. You can respawn faster and faster thanks to the beacons and the cooler. And on this map, it really works. On this map, it's really good, and Viva France were able to get the comeback. Now, Matt, we're going to another unique map, another map where you have to play differently from the other map. Of course, it's going to be Humpback Pump Truck, and this one was chosen by British HQ.
Alrighty. So, I mean, what a first game here. I mean, at first we saw how well British HQ, they were able to move in completely onto Viva France with not much of a penalty taken off. But, I mean, towards the end there, Viva France was just, they were on it. They were able to get the picks that they needed. At the end, we saw the S-Blast able to get a huge pick off of the junior, literally limiting British HQ's paint by so much. And by that point, the other members of Viva France were able to push up, get whatever picks that they needed. And by that point, the S-Blast saw that sniper rider alone, able to get the pick. And now we're in the match point with just that best of 3. And it really comes down here. Is British HQ going to be able to come back on this game? Or will Viva France take the win?
Well, now the Elite is out on the side of British HQ. Viva France dropping the dapples, of course, in favor of a pencil and a Zini as well. That mini splatling zinc will give them bubblers, will give them a lot of ground and ability to fight right there. We'll see how they're able to do right now. Viva France and British HQ fighting for that zone and just being already splatted.
And right here, we see Nori go up there, get the pick off of Sam. It's going to be huge. They're trying to push up. Jasmine able to take them out, and now British HQ gets that chance to move back in here. Just barely that S-Blast stays alive. 3 down the side of Viva France, though, as British HQ now all of a sudden, just a matter of seconds, able to take that zone. Cooler goes down there. They have 2 specials ready for defense, and British HQ is ready to defend this zone with their lives.
Yeah, right now British HQ establishing themselves around the zone, setting the perimeter, forced to move. Oh wait, no, Savage keeping the control of that side is so important right now. Great control, the strike simply to control the pace of the next fight. That's a forced drop of a player that's completely isolated, but oh, it doesn't matter! They still win the fight, all of Viva France taking control of the zone, and that's just Viva France back on top.
That was a crucial double that Viva France needed, and they're going to be capitalizing off it so much. All of them have that cooler ready. Savage gets taken out there. They have that Booyah Bomb ready. Jasmine trying to get the pick off the sniper. It's not going to work. 3 down on the side of British HQ, and Viva France able to move up right into their faces. Reducing the S-Blast gets taken out there. They are able to take the lead. Savage doing whatever that they can. Stamper gets taken down, and this is British HQ's chance. They are able to take that zone back. They have 2 of the specials. S-Blast using that Booyah Bomb. We do see that sniper rider trying to get whatever picks that they can off of that bucket. They are able to trade the bucket there. Just 1 member of Viva France remaining, jumping out to get that Booyah Bomb, and British HQ able to take that zone back. And honestly, it's not a low penalty at all. So they have a pretty good chance here of taking that lead. So Viva France really needs to act fast. They have that Booyah Bomb, sniper rider getting whatever they can there. They are able to cap the zone. They are able to take it though. Mini and Stamper go down there, 2 down the side of Viva France. And Jackson able to just push up into their faces.
Yeah, constant pressure onto the street right now. The drop though, the opponent S-Blast is on the zone right now, but it doesn't matter, they're shut down. The Bobbler is what is needed to take control over the zone. Viva France able to get back onto the game. There's 2 minutes left. There's plenty of time to score more points. But right now, both teams are fighting for it. They know whoever wins that next fight will be in control of the zone.
We do see a little bit of an S-Plus fight there, but we do see two
Oh!
go down on the side of Viva France. That's going to be huge. And the wipe onto Viva France, and British HQ takes control, and that's going to be a huge wipe for them. We see Jasmine already taking a position, trying to get rid of that sniper there. That's going to be huge for them. They do have that bubble ready, though. They have tri-strikes. This is going to be huge. Viva France doesn't have too much time remaining. They really have one push left, but the cooler going to be going out for British HQ, and this is going to be their chance here. All 4 specials for Viva comes out there trying to cap that zone.
Yeah, the fight for the zone, the Booyah Bombs, every special is being thrown right now, Matt. The British HQ are keeping control of the paint of the zone of the game, which means we are going to a game number 3.
And I mean, we just got put on the mic, and we have 2 back-to-back game 3s against very unequal skill level teams here. And I mean, what a performance we are seeing, and that is going to end on Umami Ruins in this next game.
Yeah, Umami Ruins. A bit more of a classic map. Of course, it's been picked by both of the teams this time. One thing to note about this map is that it has 2 zones, which means you cannot capture it with a Booyah Bomb. And
Yes,
given what
that's
we've
the
seen,
key.
that could be very, very relevant.
In my opinion, it really is. I mean, this is the first time in a second. I believe this is the first time that we've been on that we've seen a double zone map. So this is going to be very huge because, I mean, the Booyah Bomb can definitely cover one of those zones, but it won't cover 2, which is what's going to be so huge. And Booyah Bomb's going to have a little bit less of an effect here for that paint, but it still can be a devastating sense of offense for both of these teams.
And right now, our teams are going for that opening. No change in terms of comps, and given the fights we've seen, I don't think they need to adjust the weapons. Very much a bit more coordination, finding the better fight, finding the better dynamic right there. Viva France are taking one of the zone, but they lost 2 players in that fight right there. I'm not sure they'll be able to spawn back in time. British are going to take the zones.
And we do see here, we're literally, players are trading back and forth right now. We do see 2 going down on the side of Viva France, which means British HQ, this is going to be their chance to push up there. We see the Stamper go down. That's going to be another huge pick, and this is going to allow British HQ maybe a chance to get a little bit farther into their base. And I know Jasmine really wants that right now. Sniper just barely outliving them. They get that cooler though.
Yeah.
They have the bubble on the side of Viva France. But really, it's just Jasmine keeping them back here. But the zap goes down here, and this is Viva France's chance to push back in. But the tri-strikes trying to just block them out here.
Yeah, right now, British HQ still in control of the zone. The Zipcaster though is forcing them to move back, to look to the side. That's going to allow Viva France to get onto the zone. They got one, they neutralized the other. They need to get both to apply penalty. They did so, but they lost a few too many players, and Jasmine right now is looking to clean up. Oh wait, no, Jasmine got splattered still. The fight is still raging on that. Oh.
We see 3 down on the side of British HQ. Their mini goes down, but it's just that S-Blast remaining on the side of British HQ. And now Viva France, they see that. They want to push so far into British HQ's base. This is going to be really big for them. But British HQ able to keep their control over their base. That's going to be really huge for them. We do see that Booyah Bomb coming out there, trying to just block them out here, trying to force that Stamper forward. It's not going to work though. They are able to still keep that zone here, put 1 down, and it's going to allow Jasmine to push up with her, but no, it's not going to be enough there. 2 down on both sides, and really, it's just a game for the zone here. Sammy not able to take him out because of the Booyah Bomb.
Big Booyah Bomb right there, giving the France control over the zone. And there's no penalty. they could get the lead right here, right there, Matt. That's big.
Right here, it comes down to this. Viva France takes the lead. British HQ, they have one more really good push if they want to win this here. We see they have that weight breaker ready. It really comes down to this. They are able to get the off the stamper. Try to cap one of the zones there. Tri-Strike comes out there. All of those specials coming out, trying to flip both of those zones. And will they be able to? And they do. They are able to flip both of those zones, giving them a 65 penalty.
Yes, the ink is still flying right there. But it's 2 down on British HQ right now. Can British HQ respawn in time? They don't have the presence. And they get splatted. Jasmine is going to be sent back to spawn as well. Viva France, a penalty was applied, but they're still very much in front of the zone and waiting for the next mistake by British HQ.
Really, I mean, we have a minute and a half left. Viva France able to keep that zone. They're slowly trying to take away at that penalty to try to get that KO. There comes the cooler. We do see the tri-strikes throwing Viva France out of there. They are able to cap one of those zones there, but Jasmine goes down there. And it's really up to Sandwich to try to gain and just maintain control there. Try to get both of the zones here, but they're getting pushed out. Ips goes down, E-Leader go down, and now Sandwich is really just stuck down there. But 2 don't go down on the side of Viva France. This is their chance to push in.
Yeah, and they need to. There wasn't much penalty left now. Penalty is reapplied. British HQ are still in this game, but there's 1 minute left, and they're losing that fight. Viva France back in control, getting more paint around, and pushing once again. It's looking harder and harder, more and more dire for British HQ.
Really, it comes down to this. British HQ, they do still have another chance to push back in here, trying to at least keep their zone capped. There go those strikes. We do see Kiki trying to get whatever picks that they can here, but we do see they're trying to get their zone. We do see some members go down, 2 down on the side of Viva France. British HQ able to take control in these last 20 seconds here, but and they made it. Just been able to get a pick, and they do get the rebound off, saving them a little bit of extra time there, trying to take care of that stamper, but is it going to be enough? Last 10 seconds. It really comes down to this. They need to cap this zone. But really, with 2 down, 3 down, and Viva France with the wipeout, and they are going to be taking the win, and they're going to be moving on to the losers finals.
Yeah, great game by both of these teams, but Viva France able to pull through to get the upper hand. And I mean, we saw both of these teams answering each other blow for blow, but at the end of the day, Viva France able to take a bit more out of each of these fights.
Alrighty. What an intense 3 games we just watched there. I mean, very back-to-backs. And I mean, it just I mean, we saw how well British HQ was able to perform last set, and they were able to perform just as well in this set. And really, when it just came down to it, Viva France, they were able to lock out a little bit harder, and they might have been able to just get a little bit more space, which is what allowed them to win these 2 games that scored them that win. And it really just comes down to those little things. I mean, Splash Zone space matters so much, and if you are too slow and you're not able to capitalize over open ground, then the other team, they're going to take control. They're going to use that, then they're going to use that against you. And that's what really happened here. And Viva France, they were able to take as much control as possible. They had just the right amount of aggression to put onto British HQ, which just really put them under that pressure. They were able to still take that 1 game, and both teams performing just so incredibly that set.
Yeah. We're going to move forward on to the lower bracket finals. It's going to be, of course, Viva France going against Lobuta family. And we'll see you right after the break.
Bye-bye.
And welcome back to Triton Cup 1-2-1. And this time we're in a best of 5 because it's a finals. The low bracket finals is going to be against Lobuta family, against between Lobuta family and Viva France that we've already seen play. Now, Matt, have you seen the rosters?
Have I seen the rosters? I took a quick glance before I came on the mic, and I was very surprised that I saw the amount of top level players. I mean, we
Yeah.
have Labuda family, we have Noah, Argo, Yeti, Kyo, and we have Viva friends. We just saw them. Kiki, Silver, Poe, and Kit Kat. Really stacked rosters. So this is
Mhm.
going to be, in my opinion, a really intense best of 5
Yeah.
set, and whoever wins gets the honor of facing off against Habibi Investigation Squad in the grand
Yep.
finals.
Yeah, lots on the line right there. Of course, Lobuta family are seed number 1 for a reason, given the players that they have. But they've been shown to bleed already. We'll see if Viva France are able to bring the fight to them. Right now, we're going to start with Brinewater Springs, a map that was picked by Lobuta family. I feel like Kit Kat's on the side of Viva France. Their backline kind of likes this, so we'll see
Yeah,
how
this
it
might help
goes.
them. This
Hmm.
might help them more than they think. I mean, Brine Water, I believe, is one of the smallest maps, and
Hmm.
the snipers, Sniper E-Leader, are so good on this map, and it's
Yeah.
like in senses where if you're playing an X-Rank game or you're in series and you're on Brine Water, especially zones, and there's a leader or a sniper rider on the team, you just gotta take a big old sigh at that point and put down the controller because they're just such insanely good weapons because of their range here and so much coverage that they get. And e-leaders really are going to take advantage, especially on Briner. Both teams. I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, you might pick it because it might benefit your teammate, but all of a sudden you might be up against someone who also has a leader. So in their eyes, it benefits them too. So really, I think this is going to be more of an equal match for both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be like anything can happen over the course of a best of 5. But Viva France still have kind of an uphill battle. Like winning this set would be quite the result for them still, and we'll see if they're able to do so. Right here, starting with Brainwater. I'm not sure where we are in terms of the players being ready, but
They're taking their
yeah.
time. But you know what? They're gonna take their time. They're gonna pick their weapons. They're gonna be ready when they're ready. So we just gotta keep yapping until they come back. But yeah, as you said, Viva friends, I'm pretty sure this would be a result for them if they do take the set. And that
Yeah.
honestly, taking a win off of Labuda family with the players on their team would be just such an insane result that it's definitely going to help them in the future of comp. So really, this match is going to be a really good one for them, and they are going to have to take this very seriously. Both teams really are, because this is their last chance.
Yeah.
Only one of these teams is going in the grand finals.
Hmm.
So they're both teams are really going to have to give it their all here
Yeah.
and give that chance to face off against Habibi Investigation Squad.
Yeah. And yeah, if we're done with Brinewater Springs, then we'd go to Macomart, another very, very small map. Like, we're going to start with 2 of the smallest maps in the game. So we're going to start with a lot of fights between these 2 teams. And then things will open a bit with Mincemeat and Barnacle will have a bit more space for teams to look at each other from a distance. So we'll see how like both teams are going to have to adapt the way they play throughout the set, which is what I love about this game. But let's get in the game. Let's see how it goes on to Brinewater. And what? No
Ooh,
backline
my
blue dapples. Oh yes, they do have a
my
backline with blue
weapon.
dapples.
My weapon's getting some representation. The blue dapple's coming up from the Buddha family. I know who I'm rooting for this set. They're immediately pushing up. You know the drill. But the sniper on the side of the Buddha family and the dapples get immediately taken out. Viva
Yep.
France literally 10 seconds in, instantly gain control of over the map.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now the bubbler forcing the crab away, but it's not enough. Look at that family getting the splats they need, putting themselves in front of the zone. And it's 2v2 right now. These Dapples getting the splats. Each splat that they get is so important, and they're able to take so much space for the team.
And even they're backing up, they're saving that Roost Ladder for something a little bit more important, which is going to be blocking that zone. But two of the players of the Luda family jump out there, which is going to allow Viva France to gain control. They use the Booyah Bomb, they use the Reef, they have the cooler out. This is going to be huge here. We see the mini pushing right into the Luda family space, but they do get taken out by that splash, which is going to be huge for them. Viva France still has control, but with 2 down, this is going to give the Buddha the chance to move back in. Excuse me.
Now the Buddha family right there. Back onto the zone. We're still early, we're still very close between the two. Yeti, aka Y, is ready to activate the crab tank and is waiting for the enemy team to get back on there, but with 2 down, Viva France is not yet able to set themselves in pushing position. Here comes the crab, and instantly the bubbler and the pencil are going to completely counter it. Very nice moves by Viva France, getting 2 splats. Now they're back onto the zone, Matt.
And right here, these leaders are going to be key for these games. I mean, we just saw Viva France's Sniper Rider take out 2 players on the side of the Labuda family, which really we could have been able to jump out there, but those picks really just allowed Viva France to move in here right up into their faces. We're just 3 minutes in, and look at these scores going down here. We do see Kyo trying to go on that flank there. Kiki able to spot it, get the pick off of Kyo, 2 down on the side of the Labuda family. And now this is going to allow Viva France to take that lead.
Right now, Viva France, not only do they take the lead, they are still very much in control, very comfortable. Oh, the bubbler next to the zone. Oh, Kyo establishing a lot of presence thanks to that bubbler is going to be punished. But Lobuta were able to apply penalty to get in. But Viva France is still around. Matt, Viva France is still very much in control of the pace of this game.
Right here, I mean, look at how well Viva France has been able to respond there. We do see the sniper to go down there. We do see Kyo and Nori trade there, but 2 down again on the side of the Buddha family. Viva France gaining control. Their penalty is almost up, and it really comes down to this. Can they score the KO, or is the Buddha family going to push back even stronger here?
Ooh. Yeah, right now, both the bubblers in the same spot. Kyo is going to get the splat though. 10 ticks onto the zone. Can Lobuta get control right there? They need to paint, but Viva France are painting better, getting more splats. It's only the pencil, too late. Viva France, huge opening game for them. They're gonna take the first map.
And that, I mean, especially early on, both of these teams were just going back and forth. I mean, we saw the Buddha family, they had control. All of a sudden, Viva France was pushing in on them. Viva France had control. All of a sudden, the Buddha family was pushing on them. We just saw a very back and forth there, and I keep saying that, but I mean, it's true. Especially at this high of a level that you're playing at, zones just becomes a back and forth volley. It's basically just a tennis match at that point. Forever has control over the zone. And as we said at the beginning, Brownwater's Sniper Rider Pen's going to be very good here. It's such a overwhelming weapon, and I mean, whenever I see something like that, if I'm ever going against something like that, it puts so much restriction on where you can move, because that Sniper Rider, it's like, I swear to God, every Pen player, they know that map, and they know how to move, and they know how to just pick you off if you try to sneak up on them. It's such a good weapon, and with Brandwater being that small of a map, it just helps out. And now, moving on to Mako Mart, let's see how the Buddha family is going to react and counter this force that Viva France has. And, a brush! Octo brush!
An
Apple switching up brush.
That's
okay.
a change. Octobrush is very, very dangerous on this map, and like, I don't think it's like the strongest weapon, but I think if it can work on any map, this is the map it can work on. So we'll see. That could throw Viva France off balance. You don't expect to face an Octobrush, and right now Viva France kind of forced to, well, not really phased actually. They're taking control of the zone, and they're pushing in.
But right here, we do see they Nori able to get a pick off of Keo, able to get another pick there. And 3-2 down on the side of the Buddha family. Viva France still has control. And this has just been such an overwhelming game for Viva France.
Right now, Viva France activating the zip, going for that crab tank and punishing it once again. Viva France holding control and just 20 ticks left, 2 down the Lobita. What's happening, Matt? They're absolutely shredding.
And I mean, down here, 10 ticks remaining. Viva France just had such a dominating game. But they are able to capture this in time. Yeah, they get control of what they do. They are not letting 3 down the side of Viva France. The Buddha family is not going down here.
It is not over. Here comes the Zipcaster, and the Zipcaster is getting 2, looking to get more, going for the splat right now. The Buddha family, they reacted, and now that they're in control. Oh wait, no! 2 down, huge blaster moves right there by Kiki. Viva France is back forward, getting more splats. They're going to probably apply penalty onto the zone.
But they
or
are
not.
2 down, and because of that, Pen's able to pick them off there. And now, the Buddha family still showing that they got it. And they're trying to push in there, but we do see Kyo on the flank. Viva France are able to capture the zone, but they do notice Kyo just in time. Before he can jump away, they do get the pick. And now 3 down on the side of the Buddha family, and Viva France still has control over this game.
I mean, Viva strong. Oh,
that's gonna be huge!
The cancel! The cooler console! That is so rough for Lobita right now, and they kind of struggling to do everything they want. Both the Zipcaster is deployed, ignoring each other to go for the opponent's backline. So right now, both of these teams trying to get in. The cooler is back on, but Lobita needs to paint. And they're not able to.
We do get the pick, and now we do see Kill pushing in, able to get the pick off of the S-Blast, going onto that stack, trying to get whoever he can. He does back up to safety. They are able to momentarily take that zone there. They do it. They are able to get the pick off the S-Blast. It's going to be huge there. And now we do see 3 down the side of Viva France. The Buddha family still showing that they have control. And this is where they're really going to show their strength. Can that Octobrush pull off another crazy Zipcaster? We're about to see.
Yeah. They have less than 2 minutes in the game. They need that comeback right there. You don't want to be down 2-0 in the finals. As Kyo activating the bubbler, going for the fight, he's forced away. The bubbler was not big enough. And right now, the Booyah Bomb on the zone, it's not capping! It was so close to capping. That's more points for Lobita. Lobita suddenly getting their comeback, pushing into the game. If they can just hold a few more seconds, they could get the victory, and they're getting in. Oh!
That comes out of this, the Brush able to get the extra picks, able to camp that jump, and the Buddha family with a crazy comeback, taking game 2. Holy crap!
Wow. We're not used to seeing the players from the Buddha family being down, being behind like that. But this is where you see top players. They feel the pressure and they play even better under the pressure. They don't give up. They get more coordination right there. We saw at the start of the game, Lobita family struggled to get the fights, going under the ledges as the blaster was waiting for them. And at the end of that game, they knew exactly where to be and what to do to not make these mistakes again, to completely shut down Viva France. And we are now 1-1 going on to Mincemeat Metalworks.
And what a performance! Pat, I've been on the edge of my seat ever since we started this set, and I'm on the floor now. That's how intense this has been for me. And I mean, what a performance. And now, moving on to Mincemeat Metalworks, as we said before, now we're going into a little bit more of an open stage here. So let's see how these Snap Riders are going to be handling it now that this is a little bit of a harder map for them to play on.
I mean, Zipcaster versus Crab Tank could be what decides this game. This is the
Yep,
map of
it's
range.
true.
Of course, the pencils are going to take their positions to their job, but it's going to be Yeti on the side of Lobuta family and the Stamper for Viva France that are going to face each other, that are going to fight. And here comes the Crab Tank already activating, and the Zipcaster coming in right as an answer. But Lobuta family right now going in. Oh, the splats left and right. The zone is still yellow. But Kiki is able to get the punish, and with that Booyah Bomb, Zodi is going to be back to neutral. We're still fighting around, and it looks like Viva France is getting the advantage.
And right here, we see Kyo trying to push up, get whatever picks they can. Kiki trying to just push him out of there. We do see that Zipcaster come out there. Mini goes down here, and now comes out of this. Cooler comes out there for the side of Viva France, but Labuda family does still have that zone, trying to maintain control, able to take out Kyo there, but the Sniper to try to keep the S+ at bay. Booyah comes up there, just throwing it into the air, blocking off Labuda family, and Viva France able to take that zone and play a 6 penalty and 3 down the side of Labuda family. That's going to be huge for Viva France, and this is their chance to really push out.
Another big opening for Viva France, able to set themselves in control. That bubbler ahead of the truck is really allowing them to delay any comeback from Lobuta. And here comes the Zipcaster. It's 3 down on Lobuta family. Viva France riding their momentum. There's so much space between Lobuta family and the zone.
And now right here, we see that crowd getting popped there. Mini goes out there, but he's able to get the splat off of Kyo. And now we do see Nori just dancing with that crowd there. They are able to get the pick off of Path there. 1 down on both sides with the Buddha family trying to gain control, but Viva France still able to keep it up strong.
Yeah, Viva France right there. Penalty was applied, but they're still in control. Yeti with the splash going in, getting punished by that Mini that has been the ender of anybody moving on, forward right there. Viva France are still in that fight, but forced to move back. It looks like Lobuta family are going to set themselves on the zone. Now, big question for Viva France. Can they keep control?
So now we have the Buddha family. They do have that control there. Kyo pushing up onto Kiki, trying to get whatever fix that they can, but they do see that callback. Jumping back there just to try to support their team as much as they can there. We do see it coming in again, the crazy hit off of Kiki with that bubbler assist. And now just fighting off Nori is going to be huge here. 2 down on the side of Viva France. Labuda family, they still have control. 2 down again on the side of Viva France, and their penalty is almost up in. Labuda family is about to start gaining some huge points onto Viva France.
Yeah, Lobuta family, now that they're in that position, they're so strong, they're so hard to move away, and they're waiting right now. Kyo is still simply there, not trying to get specials or splats, simply waiting for the opportunity and activating the trap card right now in the opponent bubbler, getting a double, looking to get more forced to dodge. The Zipcaster is going to be punished, but it's Lobuta family keeping control, getting more points. There's nobody to paint, and Lobuta are simply getting a game number 3.
And that was an incredible performance. I mean, especially at the end, there were 2 very crucial plays that Labuda family had pulled off that really scored that win. And one, very obvious, Kyo was able to shark, get that Mini out of there, and able to get another pick. That's instantly 2 down on Viva France, as already Labuda family was about to win the game. So getting that, so that double was so crucial. And on top of that, I also wanted to point out at the end, the Dreadringer, the Reslider took out that Booyah Bomb. And I just want to mention that because that was another really good, that was a really good performance, and that was a really good play. Just to, I mean, even if the Booyah Bomb did go down, maybe Labuda family had that paint to control it. But again, it was just such a crucial pick that mattered. And that's where Reef Slider really can be helpful in situations like this, and why Dread is also, I think, on this map, very strong on Minsby, in my opinion. But moving on to our game 4, what do you think we're going to see here? Because I've seen the Buddha family switch their comp 3 times. Every game they've switched their comp. So what do you think we could see on game number 4?
I feel like what we've seen in this game and the previous one is Viva France able to get big pushes, but then Lobuta family able to, once they were able to set themselves in front of the zone, not letting it go, not moving back, not being pushed away. On Barnacle and Dime, this is the map to have that strategy. This is the map that favors Lobuta family right here, because this is the map where that ability that you have of staying in front of the zone wins you the game most of the time. So it's very much on Viva France to either being able to take control of the zone and not let Lobuta get back forward, or find maybe better specials, more bombs, a way to go through to break that iron defense that Lobuta family can have.
Yeah, and I mean, again at the end, even with the Buddha family, they had to play safe. They had maybe, I think it was 15 ticks left if they really wanted to take that win, and they were able to play both in an offensive way and also in a safe way, which really led to that game there. And moving on, match point for them. It's 2-1. Can Viva France come back and take us into a game 5? Well, we're about to see.
Yep. Right now, it looks like the Octobrush is coming back for Lobuta family, so still a few more adjustments right here. The Zipcaster could be useful on this map, to be honest, and right now, the Octobrush opening pretty strong. It's 2 down on Viva France as the Lobuta are surrounding them, forcing the Bubbler a bit too early, and now activating the Grab tank on this map is so dangerous, especially when it's Yeti playing it.
And right here, I mean, right away, Lobuta family, 30 seconds in, taking such an offensive approach to this game, and it ends up working for them perfectly. We see Yeti charging up another cooler Viva France. They want to keep their resources. They want to push in there. Mini goes down, though. This could lead to another 2-down. Kiki's able to get the pick off of the decap. That's going to be huge. 2-down on the side of Lobuta family. And with the Booyah Bomb coming out there, this is Viva France's chance to take that zone, and with the pick on to Path, they are able to gain that zone.
Yeah, Viva France being able to push in, to go through Lobuta's defense is so important right now. They are set up onto the zone, and they shut Kyo down. 2 down on Lobuta, and Viva France right now getting more and more points.
And right here, they went down to 37, but Viva France, they don't care. They're pushing back just as strong. We're down to a 3v3 though. We do see the Mini gaining so much control there. Booyah Bomb goes out. This can be what gains Viva France that lead, and it's exactly that. It was such a low-scoring game. This can be really important here. The Buddha family trying to push up the best that they can there. We do see that Zipcaster coming out there, but they do get canceled. Viva France, they still have that zone.
Yeah, they're not stopping right now. All of Lobuta painting as much as they can, but it's not enough. They can only neutralize, they can't apply penalty right now. They need to paint. Can Lobuta go in with 3 players down, and the 4th one forced to run for their lives? It looks like Lobuta will be able to set themselves, and we're at this point in the game. Once again, Matt, can Viva France go back onto the zone? And that's the big question now.
Well, you say that as their stamper goes down, so they're definitely going to need some time there. And the Buddha family, again, I mean, we're in a situation, their penalty's almost up. It comes down to this. Viva France, they have 2 specials ready. They need probably a 3rd to really push back in here. Yeti onto that crab, able to just throw the crab away with the Booyah Bomb, though, but 2 down the side of Viva France. Are they able to cap the zone? No, but they can. The Buddha family still has control. We do see the decap coming down there, and it's down to a 3v3. Ultimate gets taken out there, but they just can't keep that zone cap. It's just a pencil on the side of the Buddha family. Viva France has that chance to move back in now.
Yep. And Viva France keeping the lead right here is so important. It's so big, and Kiki is winning these fights, taking control of the whole map. Is going to allow Viva France to very much get more momentum. With less than 2 minutes in the game, it looks like Viva France is vying for game number 5.
Right here, we see Pav getting taken out swiftly by Kiki. We see Kyo trying to push up with that bubble, but really that bubble gets insta-popped here. Down to this 3v3 on the map. Viva France, their penalty is about out. Kyo gets taken down there. And with just 2 remaining on the side of the Buddha family, trying to fight it, that Puyo Bomb comes in there, able to save that zone there. Yeti gets taken down, and with almost a wipeout, Viva France takes the game, and we are going into a game 5.
Yes, big plays right there. Viva France able not only to break Lobuta's defenses, but also able to set themselves in front of the zone and not allow the opponent team to move back. It was their turn to get the comeback. It was their turn to get the victory, and that means we go to the final game, which is going to be Robo Roman. Very much a classic zone. Very much a map that we've seen a lot, of course, in this tournament and others, and always a pleasure to watch.
And I mean, when you see a map like this is what we call a zone heavy lockout map. If you're able to take that zone, you're really just 3 feet away from being into the enemy space. So both of these teams, not only are they going to have to really capitalize off of it, they also have to be very careful with that information.
Yeah, and Dreadringer is coming back. I mean, this is a Reef Slider map. This is a Reef Slider map of all time. Of course, we see the Reef Slider coming back both to take the zone and to go ahead of the zone into enemy territory. That Reef Slider can do a lot of work. So we'll see how Lobuta uses it, as Viva France right now is fighting them. They have the bubbler, which is going to allow them to take early control.
And right here, we're already seeing multiple people going down. We're down to a 3v3. Yeti getting thrown out a little bit. There goes that Stamper, but the Pen gets taken on the Triton on the side of Viva France. Lobuta able to take that zone, and they have that crab ready for that offense. If they can just move Kiki out of the way, but it doesn't matter. They're popping that crab anyways.
Right now, the crab tank forcing all of the weapons to wait a little bit before going onto the zone, and the Re-Slider to punish the push going through the bubbler and into enemy territory. Right now, Lobuta are getting splat after splat after splat. Kiki, the last squid standing, forced to jump out and regroup with the team. Viva France is going to need that Booyah Bob very, very soon.
And right here, we do see that Booyah Bomb coming up there. Sniper Rider trying to just push in there. The Booyah Bomb able to do a lot to that zone. Viva France able to cap and give the Buddha family a 49 penalty, along with that 3 players are down. And Viva France, can they gain control? They just got to get Yeti out of the way. They are able to get that penalty out very fast, but Kiki gets taken down, which is going to give the Buddha family a chance to at least take a little bit more space here.
Great moves by Lobuta. Right now, the fight for mid is still raging on, both huge moves. I mean, Azimi in that bubbler is so dangerous, but not dangerous enough when all of Lobuta is dancing around. Yeti going in, is looking for a good crab spot, but is forced to jump away. Lobuta not stopping. 3 minutes left in the game, Matt, and they're still in control.
I mean, we just see the members of the Buddha family. We see them. They're like, okay, maybe this is a risky spot. But maybe I can go. Never mind. Hold on. There's a wipeout on the board. The Buddha family, they're taking control. They have that reslider ready. We do see that Pen go down there. And with just 30 remaining, it was a huge play. I can't even talk about the game for 2 seconds without a splat coming onto the board. Separate gets taken out there. Really, just down to these two. They have a bubble ready. But really, do they have enough time to push in there?
Right now, Lobuta holding control and ending the game. It was so close until it wasn't.
And right there, Inklings and Octolings, with a Game 5 finish, Lobuta family takes the win, and they are going to be going up to the grand finals to face off against Habibi Investigation Squad, I believe once again.
Yes, once again, indeed, they met in the upper bracket finals. It went to a game 5. So we can expect more action, more close, fast games right after this break as we set up the lobby.
We will be back shortly, and make sure you get ready because this is going to be a very, very intense grand final set. Welcome back, Inklings and Octolinks, to Triton Cup 121. My name is Matt, and I'm here with Pat, and we are ready for a grand final set of the history. We have Habibi Investigation Squad up against Labuda family.
Yeah, our top two teams of the tournament facing each other. Given what we've seen in the previous finals between these two teams, it's going to be a big game. Every single drop of ink is going to matter because the last time they faced, it went to a game 5. Habibi got it, which means Lobuta would need to beat them twice in order to get the Triton crown. We'll see how they're able to do, and we'll be starting on a map we haven't seen yet today. It's going to be Undertow Spillway.
Okay, we're starting off with one of my least favorite maps. I
Oh,
don't know about this. I hate this
why?
map. I hate this map. I
Oh.
find it just a map that another map kind of like Brine which we'll see after this game, where it's just so easy for chargers to sit up top and gain so much control. And me, I'm a dually player. I'm either playing aggro or I'm playing more of a skirmisher role. If my movement is restricted, that's really going to put a lot of pressure on me. And no matter what, it's going to put pressure on the aggros. And both of these teams have a player that will be applying that type of restriction. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams deal with it. We did see it in the previous set in losers finals, but I feel like it's going to be a lot more prominent, especially in a map like Undertow and then following right up Brinewater. And you could even say Humpback is a map that this could happen a lot on. I think honestly all 5 of these maps are really huge backline maps, and they're really the backbones of who's gonna win this crazy set we're about to watch.
Hey, it's a game where range is very important, and yeah, having a good backline can shape a lot of the game. We've seen Lobuta do so much so far, and that also relies on their frontliners. One thing to note, that was Habibi that decided to go on this map, so maybe they have the plan already. Maybe they know what to do in terms of putting their pencil in the right position to take that control. Right there.
They got something cooking. I know that's for sure. If you're picking Undertow, then you have a plan, and I'm really gonna be excited to see how Habibi Investigation Squad is going to really just play out these games. I mean, again, all 5 of these games are very back heavy, so it's gonna come down to those pens. It's gonna be a pen royale. And I mean, it hasn't changed much recently. I mean, we've been seeing pen for months now. So nothing too surprising, but definitely both teams are going to have to be wary of each other. And I mean, going into a game like this,
Yeah.
you really can't expect anything. I mean, we've seen how
Mm.
strong both of these teams are. They
Yeah.
faced against each other before. It was a very close. It was went to a game 5. We saw the aggression. We saw the defense. We saw the takebacks. So the really whoever wins is going to be the team that's just a little bit over, and maybe they just had a little bit more aggression. And I feel like even just a little, just an extra bit of aggression, maybe extra 2 or 3 kills are really what, or is really what's going to decide the winner
Yeah.
of not just the game but also in
Mm.
general the set. Because I mean, winning one game, I mean, already puts so much pressure on the other team because they know they can lose this, but if they know that it's a beatable team, then they just have to keep their morale up. So really, I'm excited to see how this set is gonna go. And I mean, they're taking their time. They're wondering what weapon is gonna work best here, especially the Buddha family. They're the ones who didn't pick this map, so they really have to choose wisely what's gonna be where, how everyone's gonna be playing their positions. I mean, we saw Path go from very aggressive weapons. We've seen them on
Yeah.
Dapples and Brush, and then all of a sudden they switch to Dreadringer. Maybe they just like Reef Slider. I mean, I'd kind of question it a little bit, but Maybe they just like Reef Slatter weapons, but I mean, we've seen, especially the Buddha family, change up their comp so much, and I feel like that could be a really good thing for them because that can also just keep the pressure on to the investigation squad and just see like, hey, they just went this weapon, but they just went this weapon, different game. What the hell are they gonna go for next? And is it going to be something that we can handle? Is it going to be something that counters our comp? Really comes down to that.
Yeah, and here we go. It is time for the game. The grand finals is starting, and it's another change of weapon. We see a Forge Pro on the side of Lobuta family. Meanwhile, Habibi Investigation, they don't want a backline. They feel like they don't need it, and they're going to be gremlins running around and trying to create chaos.
So right here, both teams, they claim their zone and they're going for each other's zones right now, making sure their teammate has coverage over one of their zones there. We do see that bucket go down on the side of the Habibi Investigation Squad. We see the decab on the side of the Labuda family trying to get whatever picks up they can, but they're punch able to take them out. And right here, the Habibi Investigation Squad on that defense, they got to pick up some of the push in here because the Labuda family does have control, but slowly they are going to be gaining on them.
And right now, Habibi are moving back onto the zone, but getting splatted as they try to push in. Yeti counter-attacking and camping the jump, but the Booyah Bomb is enough. Habibi able to get their push going. That was close. That was just a few milliseconds separating the two teams, but Habibi are now in the lead.
Right here, we see that Forge Pro trying to get the pick. They're 3 down on the side of Habibi. And now this is going to give the family the chance to push back there. Give them a penalty of 26. And they still have that crab. They have the cooler out. And they are ready to defend this zone.
Yeah, right there. Oh, the crab tank being deployed to the side. That's going to secure all that side of the map for Labuta. But the other side is completely taken over by Habibi, who are now taking control over the zone. Habibi now getting more and more faint around and trying to push ahead. It's on Labuta to push now, Matt.
And now coming down here, we do see them keeping that Booyah Bomb as long as possible. We do see them. They're able to take down the Spotted Shot Pro there. Able to keep that zone. And they take down their zone. The Buddha family trying to fight it off there, but they are able to get the pick off of Yeti. We see that S-Blast trying to push forward, getting whatever other picks that they can there, and they are able to get more picks there, and they are able to take care of that decap. And it's just that Splash remaining. They have that crab ready, but Habibi Investigation Squad is still taking off huge points, which is going to be huge later on.
And that's 2 players down onto Labuta. Habibi opening very, very strong right now. No penalty, 15 sticks left. And Labuta needs to run at the zone. They're in danger as the S-Blast is simply slowing down anyone from moving onto the zone. Wait, one zone is capped. That's enough to apply nothing though. Oh, can they get both zones?
Wow,
No.
okay.
It looks like not.
I blinked and they KO'd. I don't know what just happened. I blinked and they KO'd. I mean, for a second, we had a bit of a stall. We saw the Buddha family. They were able to hold that zone for a few seconds there. But, I mean, right there, Habibi Investigation Squad able to come in there with a, in my opinion, pretty swift first win for them. And that's going to be huge moving on later into the set. As next up, we're going on to Brine Water. Again, another one of my least favorite maps.
You should be like me and not hate the maps like that.
No,
You're guaranteed
I'm a hater.
happiness.
Certified hater out here. Certified hater, especially of Undertow and Brine Water. I'm a hater. Moving on here. Again, another map where the pencils are going to be so crucial.
Yeah.
And I feel like are going to be really the deciding factors. We saw how it was the deciding factor, especially in the past 2 sets that we've been looking over. How the pen able to get some very crucial picks, very vital picks. I mean, Pen, great weapon at turfing and painting, but sometimes it's just able to get vital picks, and that's what makes this weapon
Yeah.
just so strong.
For sure. We'll see how things go. Lobuta family switching back to the dredge ring this time to have their fight, and we'll see if they're able to get better luck on here than they did in the low bracket finals. Meanwhile, Habibi not changing their comp. It's been working, so might as well keep doing it.
Exactly. It seemed like they stopped. I mean, we saw them last set switch between a couple different weapons, but it seems like Dread's been working out for them. And the second they realized that it did, then they just kept with it. And that's what's really, I mean, if it's winning, don't mess with it.
Yep.
But right here, we do see Decab taking such an aggressive position to pick off of the Decab there. Booyah trying to get the zone. There come the stringers. The Buddha family isn't. Maybe no, they go 2 down. They aren't able to hold that zone, and the BB investigation squad quickly gaining onto the Buddha family, trying to gain control of the situation. But Yeti, another crucial pick, and they just have that chance. And now the Buddha family, just in the matter of seconds, switches and now has control. And we're just a minute into this game.
Yeah, Buddha painting around, and Yeti activating a very aggro crab. That crab is going to be kind of surrounded though, but is able to force the jumps out, that control of the ramp for Lobuta. And Lobuta right now are scoring the points and making a lot. The Bubbler and the Booyah Bomb are deployed by Habibi. That's enough to cap the zone, and with the strikes, that's enough to get a lot of splats as well. Yeti is cleaned up out of here. And Habibi, it's their turn to push onto the ramp now.
And they are able to get that trade onto the pen. That's going to be huge for them. Doesn't matter if they get taken out. It's going to help them more than they think there. We do see the crab on the side of the Buddha family come out there, trying to avoid it just with jumping around there. The Reef Slider coming in though. They are able to fully cap the zone with just a 1 point remaining. That's going to be huge. But Habibi Investigation Squad still has control. They can't get the pick off of Yeti, but the Decab is able to support them. 2 down on both sides, just down to a 2v2. The bucket not able to jump away because the pen stops them just in time.
We're staying so close right now. Lobuta reapplying penalty, but not able to push Habibi out of the zone, which means Habibi recap don't have that much penalty on them and are getting more fights, more going right now. And the splat by the S-Blast right now. It's cleanup time. Habibi getting more and more points, and I mean, they're done with their penalty. Now they're getting the lead, and now they're aiming the KO.
Right here, these next few seconds are going to be crucial for the Buddha family. They need any pick that they can. They have the cooler, which means they're about to go on the aggro here. Yep, they're pushing down there. We see the S-Blast and the Decap trying to keep them at bay. Down to just 30 ticks. This is huge for a BB Investigation Squad. Trying to get whatever makes it again, but the Reef Slider caps the zone, giving them a 43 penalty. And the Buddha family with now 3 down the side of a BB Investigation Squad. The Buddha family able to push back in. They do not want to give them that KO that easily.
Yeah, and right now, Lobuta back in control of the zone. It's their turn to be rid of their penalty and score more points, and they're going in right now. Lobuta painting around, trying to hold the zone though. The Booyah Bomb is deployed, but the Booyah Bomb does not cap. Lobuta are so close to the lead, and they have their pencils still in position to paint. That's going to be a lead swap as Habibi is responding, is getting back in there. They have time for one last push. They need to make it count.
And the tri-strikes, they might be able to make it count, and they do, giving a 54 penalty to the Buddha family in a 2-down situation, which is going to force them to back up there, especially with that Booyah Bomb applying that much pressure. But the bucket is able to get taken out there. They have the cooler. They want to push back in there with that crab. That's going to be crucial. S-Blast gets taken down there. The 2-down punch gets taken out there. The Buddha family, they're going to get the chance to move in here with a 3-down from Yeti. The Buddha family takes control. 45 seconds left on the clock, and the Buddha family has a bit of control over Habibi Investigation Squad.
Right now, the Buddha family are keeping the zone. 30 seconds left, and Habibi needs to push in, needs to paint over. The strikes are only enough to neutralize for a few seconds, but they need to take control right now. Bucket applying the pressure. They get the zone. That's what they need to do, but they have 15 seconds to secure themselves around it right now. The splats are coming. Lots of players down. The S-Blast is still shocking around, though. Can Habibi get back?
Wait,
Ooh.
wait, but they kept
Ooh.
the zone, but they're 3
They
down. And with
Yeah.
the restarter coming in there, the Buddha family gets a wipeout, and they are going to be taking game 2. And that game right there tells me we're most likely getting a game 5, people.
I mean,
Wow.
we are 1-1, and these two teams are so back and forth, answering blow for blow, getting more out of each game. Every single move is so important. Each of these players moves so fast and so well coordinated. And now we're going to Humpback Bump Track, another different map. This time a lot wider, so you're not allowed to complain.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that.
Yes.
I like this map a little bit more. I think the Buddha family does have a little bit more of an advantage here, purely because I have a very big, I have a big thought bubble in my head that says that they're most likely going to be playing Dread here.
Mm-hmm. Dread could work well here. I mean, it's a good map for any slasher, of course.
And it's
Yeah.
it's any slasher works here, but I think even Reef Slider pretty does a great job of capping this zone.
Yeah.
Because we're moving on to those. We saw on these maps with these huge zones, but we
Never mind.
see. No, my
Never
thought
mind.
bubble wasn't correct. That's not. That's not a Dread Ringer. That's a Kraken brush. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah, not the brush we've seen so far. This is the first time we see that Kraken brush. Which is surprising to me, because Kraken, not the best special to paint the zone in a hurry. And something we could expect to happen right now. Habibi are going to take early control, and they're dancing around the zone. All of Labuta are kind of stuck in the same corner, Matt.
But now, I mean, they're trying to cap that zone here. We do see that
Ooh.
brush. Trying to get that pick there. But the
Ooh.
mini takes out that blaster, 3 down the side of Habibi Investigation Squad. The Buddha family has that chance. They're going to be taking that zone. And I mean, before we've seen games at minute in with scores much lower. So this might be this is going to be a very interesting match. We see that S+ can take it up by the pen. 3 specials online for the side of the Buddha family. Punchy jumps out there. Dry strikes coming in there. Cooler on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad. Maybe just trying to wait out that cooler. That'd be good for them.
I mean, right now, Labuta making a great job of holding their control, maintaining their presence next to the zone. And that move right there, activating the Kraken to the side, forcing the flank. I mean, Habibi were able to paint the zone, but the fight is still raging on. Who is going to get it? Punchy, the last squid for Habibi. Punchy is forced back in, the bubbler is pushed away. Labuta are taking the control. There's penalty applied, but Labuta are still around the zone, very much in the same position they were before.
Right here we see they're trying to cap that zone as fast as they can. Cooler out for the Buddha family. Their penalty slowly but surely taking down their Dry strikes come out there. They are able to cap the zone, give them a little bit more of a penalty. That brush, very difficult position. They do get taken out there as fast with that Booyah Bomb coming out there. They're supplying so much force. Shoot on the side of a BB Investigation Squad. The Buddha family, they still have a chance to push in here.
Yeah, but Labuta kinda divided, and they have 2 players in their street as Habibi has 2 players in their street as Labuta is taking back control of the zone. And that brush is hunting, trying to find the splat, forcing the Decapitator to drop to their death. As very nice. I didn't see that player. That was so well thought.
And now the time is ticking down. These last ticks are going to be crucial for Habibi Investigation Squad to push back in there. That brush applying so much support onto that left stack. They are able to go in there, trying to get the pick off the S+, but they just can't. They don't have enough health. We do see them get the pick off the bucket. That's going to be a shootout. Decap goes down, Zap goes down there, and with the wipeout, the Booyah cannot cap this zone, and the Buddha family takes the game, moving on to a game 4 in their favor.
I mean, the Buddha family right there, it feels like they unlocked something. They were able to win their fights. They were able to force Habibi always to move to the side, to kind of, it felt like Habibi Investigation Squad were getting corralled to the side, to a drop they didn't want to get, where Lobuta family would slaughter them time and over. We've had so many close games. This one felt in control of Lobuta.
And going on here, we're going on Mincemeat, and I feel like this is going to be a deciding factor. I mean, if Habibi Investigation Squad wins this, forced into a game 5, that's putting so much pressure onto the Buddha family. And the Buddha family, they're thinking, okay, we just got 2 games off in a row. This is looking really good. We're gonna win this 3rd game. Game 4, we're gonna win 3-1. We're gonna force them into a bracket reset, and we're just gonna do that another 3 times and win this tournament. In a BB Investigation Squad, they gotta think, okay, they gained on us a little bit. How can we deal with this? How can we counter it? We saw how whatever weapons that they were switching with the Buddha family, because what I've noticed is that they switch weapons depending on the map, and that's what really helps them. So a BB Investigation Squad really has to think, okay, maybe the Buddha family gets a little bit more of an advantage because the weapon might favor the map a little bit more. And Brush, in my opinion, does favor Humpback a little bit more. It's not the Dread that I predicted, but still a weapon with a decent amount of fall-off damage, which helps out with a map that's just full of ramps. And moving on, I think there's an even bigger bubble in my head that says that there's going to be a Dread on this map.
I mean, one thing, big bubble in my head, is that Habibi doesn't have a backline. And especially since they're only going onto the map with 3 players, you usually want to have 4 players on your team to fight, but like 3 players is very, very unusual. Especially with Double Blaster, that's no pain. You really want to reset that game.
Wait, what happened? Wait.
Habibi had a DC during the weapon select, and they only had 3 players right there.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to do a 3v4. Not this late.
3v4 not the best.
You know, maybe if you're like in an upset and maybe it's an earlier round and you can maybe afford it. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't afford a 3v4 anyways. I mean, especially not here. So it was a good call canceling the match. I think that was a very solid play.
But you know what I wanted to say before we saw that was Habibi, they don't have a backline, and on this map you need really something to counter the opponent backline, and we saw Habibi bring 2 blasters. I mean, 2 blasters on zones is risky, but I feel like this could be the move that allows them to take control of this map, to deny all the angles that the pencil wants to take.
And I think, yeah, I mean, it's going to be risky. They're not going to have enough paint here. Punchy's going to have to really keep paint for Habibi Investigation Squad. The Buddha family definitely does have that advantage. And my bubble is right. There is a Dread, but the Dread is dead. The Splash is dead. That's 2 down the side of the Buddha family. And the Habibi Investigation Squad is taking a very aggressive approach for this game and getting that first control over the zone.
Yeah, right now, as you said, Punchy, painting machine right now, has to get all the paint to counter all of Lobuta. Lobuta right now not yet able to go through that unusual comp. And I mean, Habibi, it's working for them right now. Look at that!
And this is why S-Blast is meta, guys. Yep. What a play from that S-Blast on the side of Habibi Investigation Squad. Those 3 picks right there just allowed so much more of a score to be applied to them, which is going to be huge. But now Respawn is going to come in there, cap the zone for the Buddha family. But still, the Splash is keeping up. As much more can they get to pick up the Splash? They are able to get the trade, though, which works out in their favor anyways. Bucky gets taken down, and Habibi Investigation Squad just has such an overwhelming amount of control onto this map, even with the double blaster.
Yeah, Habibi not stopping right now. maintaining all their presence, all their control, making sure that that grate is a death trap to whoever wants to go through. And look at that, penalties are almost done, but 2 down on Habibi. Labuta have their opportunity to go in, but I mean, they're still stuck on their platform. They're still not able to go in. There's some paint on the map, but not enough. Not enough. The crab tank is deployed by Yeti. The rest of the team needs to follow through. There isn't much time. We could go to a game 5 right here. Oh, no, not yet.
No. You jinxed it. We're not going to a game 5 just yet. We're still in game 4. Able to cap and give a huge 60 penalty to Habibi Investigation Squad. They really want to push him back here, but it's going to be very hard for them to do so.
I mean, Habibi took back control of the zone already. Lobita were forced to use all their resources just to apply penalty. They won't have much time to come back in. Oh, that reef slider though, very, very powerful. That's 3 down on Habibi, and suddenly Lobita, it's their turn to be in the driver's seat.
Right here, and I mean, we've seen the Buddha family come down from a 2 remaining push. So can they do it again in this high stakes scenario? I mean, they got that cooler ready. They're ready to push up. They have control. And it really just comes down to see can Habibi Investigation Squad get the picks that they need. They're able to get that 1 pick right there. Espas gets taken out. That's 2 down. And with 40 remaining, these are huge picks for the Buddha family.
Yeah, Lobita doing what they need to do. Again, it's their turn to hold that grate, to not let Habibi in. Habibi throwing the strikes, able to neutralize the zone, but not to cap it. And now we're at the fight around the zone. That next fight could decide the game. Lobita are still holding. And they're still holding. It's only Riri with the blaster. That's Lobita getting the bracket reset.
And that is the second time we've seen the Buddha family come back from such an overwhelming performance. And I mean, those tri-strikes, actually no, it was the reef slider that capped that first zone for the Buddha family. That's what really secured that win, because that's what applied that penalty, and that's what gave the Buddha family extra time to push in on that zone and take the win. And now with a 3-1 win for the Buddha family, we are going into a bracket reset, which is going to be a very interesting experience to see, because now Habibi Investigation Squad, they're like, okay, they took the win now. We still have another chance. We just have to win the next 3 games, and we can't, no more fooling around, no more horseplay. We're going to lock in, and we're going to take these next games. And I mean, the Buddha family, they just have such a good defense. So really, they got to think like, hey, they're playing really good defense. We need to get some picks. Whose job is that going to be? That's what they got to be thinking.
Matt?
Yeah?
I have something to tell you, but you have to promise not to be mad.
Okay.
So we're going to start with Brian Water Springs, and then we'll go on to Undertow Spillway.
No! Again? No! What
to start this set.
Hey, when did that happen? Oh.
Hey, bracket reset. It's a new set, so we can get the same maps.
If I was playing right now, which I don't know if I would ever even be that good to if I would even be that good to play grand finals of Triton Cup, if I have to play this type of map list, I'd call it quits right there, because holy. Okay, we're just gonna extend it.
If you had to play, you'd be choosing half of these maps, because that's how it works. The players chose to play on here, so they're not allowed to complain.
They can't complain. I can complain. I'll complain. But moving on, we have a bracket reset in a great one nonetheless. So let's see what these players are going to be up to.
Yeah, and it's double bucket for Lobita family. Meanwhile, Habibi still with back to their well, they have a pencil now on this map. Of course, having a pencil will allow them to establish more range, more distance We'll see how they're able to do. But that also allows Banshee to go on the Splash, which is going to take a lot of control. We know how good Splash can be.
And right here, we see that grab from Yeti. We've seen how well Yeti's crabs have been performing. Two down on both sides. The Buddha family trying to gain control there, but Yeti definitely has to keep their distance here, but they do get taken out by that pen. That's going to be huge. Habibi Investigation Squad really going to have to start gaining on them here with that 2 down.
And right now, Habibi moving back, still in control. Oh, wait, no. Lobuta are very much pushing in, getting the splats they need. Throwing the strikes a bit too early, though. That S-Blast was there to punish, but it doesn't matter. Lobuta family are very much in control of the ramp and waiting now for Habibi to go in.
Now here comes down to this. The Buddha family, they got that lead. 2 specials on both sides. We see the crab bite. The tri-strikes coming on both sides. Tri-strikes barely being able not to cap there. The Buddha family still has that zone. And now the Habibi Investigation Squad really got to find a way to push in there. And they're going to push in really well with that Booyah Bomb. Can they get that zone? They do have jumps going on there. They do have a man advantage. And Habibi Investigation Squad, they're going to be taking that. They do get another pick. Punch is going to be getting a huge pick there. And now, Habibi Investigation Squad up in the Buddha's family's face with that crab.
Yeah, Punchy with a big crab right there. That crab is holding control and getting the splats. I mean, Habibi doing what they need to do in order to hold the zone. But Labuta are going back on here. It's so fast on this map. We're constantly in a fight, and here comes more fighting. We're close to the lead squad, but Labuta are on the zone, ready to paint it. Just 1 point between these two teams. Who is going to take it? Labuta with the strikes are going to take the zone right there as Habibi is forced out. And now it's Labuta to try to get rid of their penalty.
With that penalty slowly ticking down. Punchy with the crab. Whatever picks that they can get is going to help them. We see just barely the members of the Buddha family, except for Yeti outliving that crab there. Punchy, it's going to be a huge pick there as their penalty is now ending. Habibi really getting those points there. The Reef Slider barely not going to be able to take him out there. But the Buddha family trying to get a couple more points before Habibi Investigation Squad really pushes in there. And with 2 down on the side of the Buddha family, Habibi Investigation Squad is able to push in and try to take control of their base now.
And ooh, yes, blast going in and getting punished, but was able to get some control. Punchy using the crab tank right now. We're at the end of the penalty. The strikes all landing at the same time on the zone. That's a cap for Labuta, reapplying penalty. 1.5 minutes left in the game, and it's an absolute fight in the middle of the map for control of the zone. But 2 down onto Labuta. Habibi holding strong right there, keeping their control and pushing onto the ramp, Matt.
And now, Booyah coming up there from that S-Plus. Really just trying to throw out the Buddha family here, making them stay at bay. This is going to be huge. S-Plus is going to love this situation. They get the pick off of Yeti. 2 down the side of the Buddha family. The countdown is coming in there. Habibi Investigation Squad, they are able to take the lead. Splash goes down. But the S-Plus Shark, but it doesn't work out. And with the Reef Slider coming in there, the Buddha family caps the zone just in time with a minute remaining in this match.
Yeah. That one last minute where Labuta needs to get their comeback. They don't have that much penalty, and the splats are coming their way right now. They have so much paint. Can Habibi go in? Habibi, oh, losing 2 players. You don't want to push with only 2 players right now. Can and Base keep themselves right here. There isn't much time. The crab tank is deployed. The lead is taken. 2 down onto Nobutaro. They'll have the time to cap the zone. They can't eat, and now they have 20 seconds left. We might go to overtime, Matt.
I think we are about to go in overtime. I mean, look at the situation. You have 10 seconds left. Habibi Investigation Squad. But wait a second. But the bucket, look at the bucket over there. They are able to cap this down, and they are able to take it just in time with 2 down the side of Habibi Investigation Squad. And the Buddha family is going to be taking game 1 of our bracket reset with an amazing comeback in those final, literally 5 seconds, and boom, they have that zone.
the timing, the coordination, really allowing Lobuta to seal the deal on that game. They knew that all they needed to do was paint the zone in the last second, and when you have these specials, notably the Reef Slider, I mean, all they had to do was press the buttons, secure the victory. After being on the loser side, they're now up 1-0, and it's Habibi in the investigations squad that needs to step up now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how well they performed earlier in the bracket. They were able to take the win off of the Buddha family. So they got to think, hey, if we were able to do this before, we can do it again. They might have just taken the first game off of us and the pressure is high, but we can definitely come back from this. We just really need to break how defensive the Buddha family is. If they can break their defense, Habibi Investigation Squad can literally just seep through the cracks and get the control that they need if they really want to win this game.
Yeah, for sure. Right there. 1-0 for Lobuta, but I mean, we've seen so much between these two teams, and when they fought in the previous set of grand finals, Habibi was the team that won on Undertow Spillway, and Lobuta was the team that won on Brinewater. Habibi won on Undertow, so we'll see if history repeats itself, if Habibi are able to win on their pick and tie up the score. One thing for sure, though, it's going to be very fast. There's going to be fights left and right, and we're not allowed to blink contractually. We're not allowed to blink.
I mean, there have been so many times throughout the past, like, what, 6 games that I blinked and then someone just gained control. I mean, really, and I feel like the amount of adrenaline that both these teams have, I mean, they're ready, they're locked and loaded, they're locked in, they want to win this tournament, and it comes down to these last 4 games.
Yeah, and it is time for the next game. The Forge Pro is coming back for Lobuta. We'll see if it will work, and well, it's working right now. Lobuta family opening with a wipeout, setting themselves in the strong positions and activating the crab tank from that vantage point. It is simply going to force Habibi to wait for the end of that grab. There's nothing they can do now. They can go in, but the Bobbler is slowing them down. 2 down onto Lobuta. And Habibi collapsing onto the zones. Very nice counter push. They're able to go in, Matt.
And with this, they are able to cap the zone. 33 penalty for the Buddha family and 3 down, and this gives the VV Investigation Squad the chance to really push up there. They are able to get the pick, and they are able to take that top right platform, which is going to matter so much to them. The Buddha family, they got to charge up. They got to get their specials ready if they really want to push in there, and 2 of them very close, and there they are. They have that cooler ready. They're going to be popping that cooler. Multiple people on multiple sides of the map. We see the decap just trying to watch over everyone, get the picks wherever they can. Booyah Bomb out, trying to paint over that Booyah Bomb, but they are able to cap the zone. Trust strikes go. They're 2 down on the side of a VV Investigation Squad, and it looks like the Buddha family is able to gain some type of control here, and they are able to take that zone back, giving a 37 penalty down to VV Investigation Squad, able to get that pick off the S-Blast, and that's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, right now, Lobuta, not much penalty. They lost their decavitator, which will allow Habibi to get back onto the zone, and they're painting pretty fast. Can they apply penalty, though? You need to paint both zones at the same time. Lobuta is not letting them do so, and they get back the control. Oh, wait, no! The zone is taken, penalties applied. Kyo is behind everybody, but getting punished still. The fight is still raging on. Lobuta and Habibi fighting for the zone. Whichever team is able to really take control right there will have the dynamic as we're getting into the second half of this game.
And I mean, we've seen so many back and forth, and it seems like at just some points, wait, hold on, there's a wipeout for the Buddha family. They're able to gain a really big control there, and with a very low penalty, they have a good chance of taking lead here. But as I was about to say, these performances, I mean, we've seen teams push when they're 3-3. It doesn't matter, they're pushing no matter what.
Right now, yeah, activating the crab simply to maintain the pressure, but the bracket doesn't mind. The bracket is pushing the crab away. Lobuta is getting the lead, but they're forced to fight on the zone right now, but they're able to win that fight. They're able to stay there. The strikes are only going to neutralize, not even neutralize one of the zones. Lobuta simply holding strong punchy alone above the zone is not able to go in yet. Can they push forward? They get one zone, they need to get both if they want to stay in this game. The bubbler is enough. We still have a game.
Really, the bubble really allowed them to move forward there. Bucket trying to paint the stones as much as they can here. This is going to be hard for them. They have the cooler and they have the crab on the side of the Buddha family. They pop that cooler. This is going to be huge for them. But I mean, they were able to apply a really good penalty, giving themselves a little bit more time to move around. 2 down the side of the BD investigation squad. The Buddha family able to really push up here and capitalize as much as they can on the fact that just sometimes, oh my goodness, we do see Kyo getting another huge pick there. Backed up here, we do see Yeti getting control, getting that S-Plus out of the way. Treasures coming through here, but they are able to paint over them just in time.
Yeah. That is Lobuta still holding strong, eyeing the KO in the last minute, and they have a bubbler between the two zones. Every special is being thrown by Habibi. Will it be enough? Yes, they're able to stay in the game and get 3 splats. They're going for the 4. They're not able to get the pencil, but that's a lot of space created by Habibi, who, with like 35 seconds left in the game, are still in it, are still fighting for it. All they need to do right now is hold.
And right here, that jump out from the pen was going to be crucial because they had their special ready. So that's going to be huge. That cooler push is going to be huge for them. You see Yeti trying to fight off that blaster. Not exactly getting it. Their pro goes down though. Literally last 10 seconds though. This is going to be a little bit tricky for the Buddha family to gain control here. They are able to cap one of those zones. 2 down on both sides now. They're trying to at least keep one of those zones capped there. Booyah coming down there, trying to just stop them completely. The paint coming in here.
Oh!
And BB family able to gain control for a little bit, but no. The Buddha family trying to clap back with their 2 down.
So close! They were so close to getting both zones.
3 down on the side of a BB.
That's it!
3 down on the side of a BB investigation squad, and the Buddha family was able to just play out time and take the win 2-0. And it comes down to this: the Buddha family is just 1 game away from winning this bracket reset.
It's so close. These 2 teams are just so evenly matched, answering each other each game, each position, each single team fight is very much answer over answer, and one team gets on top, the other team stops them. But right now, Lobuta family able to get just the tiniest edge twice in a row. Are now up 2-0, and suddenly, despite these 2 teams looking so even, Habibi, they're back to the wall. They're down 2-0, and this next game could be the last.
I mean, exactly. I mean, we could finish this off. I mean, hey, they can finish this off and I can go get food. That'd be nice. But I mean, Habibi Investigation Squad, they still do have that chance to come back. They're not out of the game yet. We're coming down to zones on Umami. This is going to be huge. Another 2-zone map. Just the fact that it's a 2-zone map is going to be huge for those S-Blasts, because we've talked about it before, how these Booyah Bombs have been helping out so much for both of these teams, but how its use kind of lowers in value, especially when it's a 2-zone map.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing another 2-zone map, and these 2 teams know how to fight fast. They coordinate so fast, which means we have these big team fights for control over the zone. They know that getting full control of both zones during the team fight is very unlikely, so they know they need to focus on splatting their opponent and take control instead of simply trying to bait one of the zones to get a penalty. That doesn't work. So let's see it. Game 3 of the bracket reset. This could be the last, and the Kraken brush is coming back. Meanwhile, we see more of Habibi with their pencil comp.
And I think that burst is going to be huge. I mean, we were both confused earlier on how the burst was going to be able to help out, and it was literally a crucial part to them winning that game.
Oh
there.
yeah.
But
Oh
immediately
yeah.
they are able to get a double, force it into a 2v2. The Buddha family has control over that zone. Punchy with the crab trying to get as much pain as they can, but the pencil keeping them at bay.
Yeah, and right now it is an absolute fight on to the zone. And it looks like Habibi are going to take the better of that fight. They are moving in front of the zone as they are now scoring points.
And now they need to capitalize as much space as they can onto the Buddha family. They have those tri-strikes ready for defense, trying to get whatever picks they can, but the sniper gets taken out there. 2 specials ready, but no! The tri-strike gets lost as the Kraken comes out, trying to get whatever picks that they can. They see that crab, but they aren't able to get the crab to get taken out by that. That's supposed to be huge. As now a VP investigation squad's gonna have to be really careful here. Decap coming in over there, not able to get the pick there. The really aggressive bubble though.
Yeah, that bubbler is simply forcing Habibi to jump away, to let Lobuta take control of both of the zones for free. That's a beautiful play right there by the Decapitator, and with 3 down onto Habibi. Lobuta family right now are taking more and more space, moving forward. And yeah, that's Habibi. Now it's their turn to find a way in, and they're still losing fights.
And right here we see they have just such an overwhelming amount of control. It comes down to these final moments. 30 ticks left. Their Octorush does get taken out though, which is going to give them a reason to push in there. But the S-Blast gets taken out. That's going to be huge. Cooler coming out there, strikes onto the side of the BB investigation squad, trying to push in there. But no, they do keep this zone a little bit longer. But 3 down, and Habibi investigation squad is going to be taking that zone. We do see their bucket trying to push up as much as they can.
And I believe only the pencil was able to grab the tactical that slowed down Lobuta's respawn right there, as Habibi is still in control of the zone, but there's still a brush on top mid that they need to deal with. And the brush is stopped, but all of the Buta is forward and going in with absolutely no fear, Matt. Right now the fight is still raging on.
But that's going to be huge there. 2 from the S-Blast. A BB investigation squad. They have that zone. Their penalties up. They have to keep that pain up. That's going to be huge for them. Crab coming in there, able to shred that bubble out. We do see the brush gets taken out. That's going to be huge for them. Trying to get in another pick on them. Maybe the pen here. But they're trying to find the right chance to.
And right now, Habibi is still fighting for that zone. There's no penalty. The Kraken is going in, allowing Lobuta to get some space right there. Can Habibi hold? If Habibi can survive that push. Oh wait, Habibi getting the wipeout. Habibi getting full control, punishing the jumps. They're gonna get the lead, and now Lobuta, they have 1 shot and they don't have any special ready.
They have no time here. They're just going to push in as fast goes down there. Tri-Strike's able to paint the zone. But with that being said, they try to cap one of those zones, but the decap isn't able to keep it up. Habibi investigation squad takes the game, and they did not want to go down easily. And we're going into a game 4.
Yeah, Habibi still alive, still in it to win it. Beautiful play right there. They were very much struggling for a lot of that game, but at some point they were able to win that big team fight in mid. That gave them the momentum, and they rode that momentum to victory. Beautifully played. Still, these 2 teams are very much fighting hard every single second of every game.
I mean, we just went going back and back. I mean, the Labuda family had controlled these past 2 games, but we saw more how it was back to back with Labuda family. They had a really good control. They got down to 20, but a BB investigation squad was just able to come back even stronger. So maybe we're gonna see more games like that, or maybe it's just gonna be back and forth until that clock hits 0. which I think is what might happen here. If it's not close, then it's gonna be a easy. It's gonna be a KO. That's the way you gotta look at these matches. Most of them, they're either gonna end really close or they're gonna be instant KOs. And moving on to Urchin is gonna be a very interesting map because again, it can Urchin's a map that you can easily just push up and be in the enemy's face, or you can play a little bit more safer and watch that zone.
It's the chaos map. It's the Julie's map. It's the map where you can always respawn, get to the side, get a flank, and you're instantly in a fight, in a short range fight. So yeah, we'll see how these two teams fight on here. One thing for sure is that we're going to see a lot of splats coming in. Once again, it's still match point for Lobuta, and yeah, Habibi needs to keep the investigation going and win this game.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. They got to keep it going here. Right away, we do see the pen on the side of the Buddha family get taken down there. That's going to give the investigation squad a chance to push back in here, but their SPSLs go down there, punchy with that crab, forcing them out a little bit. But now we see that the explosion and paintbrush is going to be really good for them. Yep. And now the Buddha family, they have control over that zone, but this could switch in just 2 seconds. That's 3 down, go, and the BB investigation squad takes it back.
Yeah, alright, now Habibi pushing in, very well coordinated in their attack, but it's 2v2 right now. Punchy to the side, doesn't have a crab ready and gets sent back to spawn. Can the S-Blast for the through though? Can the S-Blast guard that side of the zone? Oh, they get splatted. It looks like Lobuta are able to push in to get more splats, and I mean, we're back onto the fight for zone now.
I mean, they have it. They have somewhat of a score, and the score is slowly going to be lowering over time. The Buddha family, they need to find an opening here. And able to get the pick. That's 2 down on the side of the BB investigation squad. This is going to give the Buddha family the chance to push in there. They are not able to take off the edit. They are, but it's a trade, and that's not going to be something that they want.
Right now, Habibi have a big lead, but Lobuta put themselves onto the zone, are getting the splat. Punchy activating the crab tank, is forcing the dodge to the side. Beautiful moves by the Slosher right there, and all of Lobuta are pushing in. That's 3 down on Habibi. A lot of control. Here comes the strikes. They are punished, but that's still a lot of yellow paint around, Matt.
Right here. No, we do see 2 picks of the pen. That's going to be crucial. The BB investigation squad had a chance to push back in there, but it's going to work. But the tri-strikes cap the zone, giving them a little bit more time to breathe.
Yeah. All of Lobuta were a bit too far ahead into the opponent's spawn. They didn't see the flank, they didn't see the sneaky play that got the zone. Habibi still in there, still in the lead. But they lose 2 players! They lose 2 players! Could they lose 3? No, really saving themselves right now. But the lead is pretty close. These Booyah bombs and strikes need to go onto the zone and cap it. Yes, Habibi keeping the lead still in their hands.
I mean, just a 5-point. This is going to be a closer match than we thought. Tri-strikes coming out from the side of the Buddha family. There goes that crab. They're trying to find whatever picks that they can. They see Punchy. They try to just take them off as much as possible. They're able to get the bucket. Great control for the Buddha family. They want to push up here. They want to get as many picks as they can. They still have a bit onto their penalty. There comes that crab for the side of the BB investigation squad. Trying to paint up, but it's not going to work here. We see the paintbrush going down there, but as Lobutta's family's penalty is ending, that Booyah bomb is going to be capping the zone. Can they finish? Yet he's able to paint over 2 down the side of the BB investigation squad. They take the lead, and it comes down to this, the Inklings and Octolings.
Yep. Lobuta right now in the lead, holding the zone. Habibi needs to push in. They need to apply penalty. 10 ticks left onto the zone. They're able to paint. They're still in there, but I mean, Habibi needs to keep control. And there's a brush. There's a paintbrush behind them.
And oh my they were so close to just taking that game,
Yeah.
but it's just not close enough. But they are able to take it back. 43 penalty onto the investigation squad, trying to just force them out. That paintbrush is going to be doing a lot of damage. They need to be careful. But 2 down on the side of the BB investigation squad. That's going to be huge there. Less than a minute remaining as that penalty is ticking down. We see that paintbrush taking a very offensive position.
Yeah, right now the Brush getting the trade with a crab tank with just a few sticks left onto the zone. That is big. And right now, Lobuta family repainting the zone, getting the victory 3-1. They are your Triton Cup 121 champions.
And holy, what a performance from both of these teams. And in the end, Labuda family takes control, and with a 3-1 win in a bracket reset, they are your Triton 121 Grand Champions.
Yeah, that was close, that was intense, but in the end, Lobuta family securing the victory, getting themselves where they want to be. Beautiful games, beautiful plays. GG's.
I mean, what an incredible performance. I mean, I just came back, and I mean, the amount of top level teams that we just watched, it's amazing to see, and just to see how close these games were. Something I was not expecting to come back to, and it was something that just, yeah, this is Splatoon. This is what we're in. And I mean, what a performance from both teams. Habibi Investigation Squad did not go down without a fight. They fought into the very end on all 4 of the, and actually not all 4, all 9 of these games, right? Yeah, all 9 of these games they fought very hard, and in the end, the Buddha family just had that advantage over them, and they're able to take the win. And with that being said, congratulations to the Buddha family. GG's Habibi Investigation Squad. You guys did amazing. And with that being said, that is going to be the end of Triton Cup 121. So before we end, Pat, where can we find you?
Well, it's written on your screen right now. Pat
Oh,
Geotong
it is.
on Blue Sky. And Matt, where can I find you?
It might also be on screen. You
Ooh.
can find me most social medias at Matthew Mega. I have recently returned to the comp scene, so for any of the
Hey.
unks in the chat who remember me, I'm officially back. I've been this is my first tournament back. I'm on a team, performing in mid-level, so really excited to be back into the scene. And this was definitely a tournament I was looking forward to commentating. And I mean, what an incredible performance! Thank you guys for having me on the air once again. And that will be the end of the stream. GG's, and we'll see you all next tournament.